Chapter 595. Big Sister Su. Lin Wan had just left the Demon Emperor's space when she saw Su He beside Li Mu. She quickly ran to her side and said excitedly, "Big Sister Su, you're fine." "That's great." Su He touched her hair and smiled. "Long time no see." Lin Wan was indebted to Li Mu because he helped her take revenge. Su He had given Lin Wan a new lease on life. Without Su He, she would not have her current cultivation and situation. At most, she would only become a soul that died a tragic death in Yangqiu County. "This is Xiao Yu, and this is Shang Wanli." Li Mu gave a simple introduction to Su He. Then, he said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's go back to Fengdu City first." He had already obtained the Ghost Path Heavenly Book and met Su He. This was the biggest surprise of this trip. There was no need to stay in the land of the fallen gods. What he needed to do next was to help Su He control the Ghost Realm. Devil King had already been subdued by Li Mu. Feng Yi, King Qing Guang, and the others had also handed over their life souls. Out of the 5 major factions of the Ghost Realm, only 3 were left. When they came here, they were attacked by countless wandering souls. On the way back, they were surrounded by wandering souls. Feng Yi and the people of Soul Hall were dumbfounded. King Qing Guang and the other ghosts recalled the experience of being controlled by Su He. They were terrified. At that time, they were just like these wandering souls. They could not resist that woman's orders. Now that they thought about it, even if that woman told them to kill themselves, they probably would not have disobeyed. This was a kind of suppression that came from the depths of their souls. No matter how strong their minds were, they could not escape. As the group of people and countless wandering souls rushed out of the land of the fallen gods, Devil King looked at the empty treasury in Fengdu City. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. That bastard had emptied his entire treasure pavilion, not leaving behind a single piece of spirit jade, a single strand of soul force, or even a single stalk of spirit medicine. At this moment, he was extremely conflicted. He hoped that Li Mu would come back. That way, he would have a chance to get back what originally belonged to him. The demonic path's white-clothed female corpse was extremely powerful. It was obvious that Li Mu was not her match. Even if he managed to escape from her grasp, he should be an arrow at the end of its flight. Thus, he still had a chance. At the same time, he also hoped that Li Mu would not return. After all, the might of that person's bow had truly intimidated the Rakshasa king. He had trained hard for more than 100 years to reach his current level of cultivation. A single arrow from the other party was enough to scatter his soul. Furthermore, his life spirit was still in the other party's hands. If he was not careful, his 100 years of cultivation would be destroyed by a single arrow. Just as Rakshasa King was feeling conflicted, an aura suddenly appeared outside Fengdu City. That was the aura of his life spirit. Thoughts ran through Luosha King's mind. Li Mu must have been chased by the female corpse in white and fled here. Now that Li Mu was seriously injured and his mana was exhausted, Luosha King had a chance to take back his life spirit and take revenge. At the thought of this, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. His body shot up and rushed toward the entrance of Fengdu City. In Fengdu City, Li Mu, Su He, Shanghai Li, and the others slowly walked in. As soon as they stepped through the city gates, a powerful aura rapidly approached them. From afar, Rakshasa King saw Li Mu and the respectful Soul Hall cultivators following behind him. Among them was even 7th Realm Elder Ming Yi. After being stunned for a moment, Rakshasa King withdrew his murderous intent and landed in front of Li Mu. He said respectfully, "Welcome back to the city, my lord." Li Mu had come to Fengdu City this time. Other than the Soul Hall cultivators, there were also the Ghost Realm cultivators he had subdued outside the land of the fallen gods, as well as the 6th Realm Ghost cultivators he had captured at the beginning. As the lord of Fengdu City, Rakshasa King was earnestly fulfilling his duty as a guide. As he invited Li Mu and the others back to the Ghost King Palace, he asked tentatively, "May I ask, my lord, where is that powerful, demonic woman?" "She ran away," Li Mu said regretfully. "She also had a heavenly book. It's a pity that I didn't catch her." The heavenly books of the demonic Tao had always only been entered and not exited. They were the ones who robbed others, but no one robbed them. This was Li Mu's chance. Unfortunately, that old monster was too powerful and escaped too quickly. With Li Mu's current strength, he couldn't do anything to her. She ran away? The Rakshasa King's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He had personally experienced how powerful that woman was. Although her cultivation level was only at the 7th realm, killing him was as easy as slaughtering a dog. Even Li Mu's terrifying archery skills had not been able to kill her, and he had been chased into the spatial storm by her. It had only been a short while, but the roles of the hunter and the hunted had been reversed. Not only that, Rakshasa King could tell at a glance that the people of the Hall of Souls had been subdued by Li Mu. He was curious and bewildered. What happened in the land of the fallen gods after they escaped? Only then did Rakshasa King realize that his escape might cause Li Mu's displeasure. He hurriedly explained, "My lord, please don't blame me. I'm really no match for that female corpse." Li Mu waved his hand and didn't intend to pursue the matter. Rakshasa King was finally relieved. A moment later, in the Ghost King Palace of Fengdu City, Li Mu called Ming Yi over and asked straightforwardly, "What's the method you mentioned last time that can prolong a cultivator's life?" Ming Yi shook his head and said, "I only know that there's such a method. Only the 3rd forefather and the 5th forefather know the specifics of the technique." Li Mu could tell that Ming Yi wasn't lying. With his identity and status in the Devil Path, he didn't seem to be qualified to know such a heaven-defying technique. After dismissing Ming Yi, Li Mu took out a page of the Heavenly Book. He couldn't sense the existence of the Heavenly Book in the hands of the woman in white. She must have put it away. Although Li Mu had temporarily forced her to retreat, he only had the ability to contend with her in the ghost realm. Without a large number of wandering souls to provide him with magic power, he could only shoot one arrow at most. One arrow from the sun shooting bow couldn't kill her. If his magic power was exhausted, he would be in a dangerous situation. If his cultivation improved a little more and reached the level of the slovenly Taoist priest, this 5th forefather of the Devil Path wouldn't be much of a threat in his eyes. Li Mu was thinking about how to obtain the Heavenly Book in the hands of the woman in white. Shang Wanli walked in from outside and asked Li Mu, "What's your relationship with Sister Su?" Li Mu said, "Didn't I say it before? Friends of life and death." Shang Wanli snorted and said, "Your relationship doesn't seem like friends of life and death." Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a scholar called Ning Kaichen and a female ghost called Nia Shaoqian." After hearing Li Mu's story, Shang Wanli suddenly understood and said angrily, "So this is what you mean by friends of life and death? Why go back? I'll tell His Majesty that you and a female ghost." She looked at Li Mu with an incomparably angry expression. "You have 2 wives, Xiao Bai and Wan Wan, who are infatuated with you. In addition, you have His Majesty. You're still not satisfied. Is there anyone in this world more lecherous than you?" Little Rakshasa poked his head out of the hall and said, "Lords, my father asked me to guard outside. If you have any orders, you can call me at any time." Li Mu glanced at little Rakshasa. He had to marry a new bride every month. Of course, there were people or ghosts more lecherous than him in this world. Shang Wanli understood Li Mu's gaze and looked at little Rakshasa. Her face darkened and she said angrily, "Scram, don't let me see you again." Chapter 596. Fengdu City, Ghost King Palace. When Li Mu took away Rakshasa King's life soul and asked him to do things, he was reluctant. But this time, he suddenly became enthusiastic and arranged everything for Li Mu. He even asked his son to follow Li Mu and listen to his orders. Li Mu asked little Rakshasa King to call Rakshasa King and Feng Yi and said, "You too, come with me to Laozhan City." Fengdu City was the first large city that cultivators would pass through after entering the ghost realm. If they left Fengdu City and went deeper into the ghost realm according to the map, the next city they would pass through would be Laozhan City. Laozhan City was Azura King's territory. Since Li Mu already had the intention to help Su he conquer the ghost realm, he would have to find the other 3 ghost kings sooner or later. Hearing Li Mu mention Laozhan City, Rakshasa King realized something and asked tentatively, "Sir, are we going to find Azura King?" Limu looked in the direction of Laozhan City and said, "After being divided for so many years, it's time for the ghost realm to be united." Rakshasa King heard this and showed a gloating expression. They were all 4 ghost kings. Why did he have to hand over his life soul, while the other 3 were not restrained and could live freely? It was only fair that everyone was the same. He took the initiative to walk forward and said, "I'm familiar with the way to Laozhan City. I'll lead the way for you." Compared to Rakshasa King, Feng Yi's expression was more complicated. When facing Li Mu, the 5th ancestor escaped, and he lost his physical body. His life's soul was in Li Mu's hands. He did not dare to disobey his orders. Li Mu was very ambitious. He had conquered the Soul Hall and Rakshasa King, but he was not satisfied and wanted to conquer the ghost realm. With his strength that far surpassed ordinary Dongxian and that terrifying Bao, no one could stop him. It was only a matter of time before he conquered the other 3 ghost kings. With the addition of the Yao Nation and the Great Zhou, the Zhou continent and the Shang continent among the 10 continents would be under his control. A few years ago, he was still a nobody, but in just a few years, he had become the most troublesome opponent for Glory Sect. Laozhan City was the closest to Fengdu, so Li Mu chose King Azura first. Suhi had Ghost Path Heavenly Book, and even though she couldn't control a 7th realm Ghost King, she could still suppress them quite a bit, so Li Mu planned to go with her. After Shangwan Li heard this, he stepped forward and said, "I'll go too." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "You won't be of much help even if you go. Just stay here." After being rejected by Li Mu, Shangwan Li watched as they left hand in hand. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. "What do you mean you can't help? You're just afraid that I'll disturb you." Lin Wan's face revealed a gratified expression. She whispered, "Benefactor and Sister Su look really compatible." Shangwan Li glanced at her and said indignantly, "How are they compatible? One is clearly a human, and the other is a ghost." Lin Wan retorted, "So what if one is a human and the other is a ghost? Love doesn't discriminate between races. Haven't you read Strange Stories from a Strange Story?" Shangwan Li was stunned. "Don't you know that Strange Stories from a Strange Story is?" Lin Wan asked, "What is it?" Shangwan Li's lips moved, but she finally waved her hand and said, "Nothing. In the past, there were also people in Great Zhou who were together with ghost men and demons, but that was something done by the nobles who had special hobbies. The common people still avoided this kind of taboo love that transcended race and life and death. But ever since the appearance of Strange Stories from a Strange Story and its popularity in the Great Zhou, people's views gradually changed. It was unknown when it started, but the love between humans and demons, the friendship of life and death, not only was it not rejected and disgusted by people, but it became something that people admired and yearned for. In the past few years, even some of the originally normal idioms had some more abnormal meanings. Shangwan Li still remembered that when she was in school, friends of life and death were still used to describe friendship. Heroes of the grasslands were also not used to describe Su Xian. The oneness of man and nature had nothing to do with Dong Yong. But now, not to mention the above, she couldn't even look directly at words like running amok, pestering endlessly, and taking advantage of the dragon's position. And the main culprit of all this was Li Mu. Shangwan Li had reason to suspect that from that time, Li Mu had been preparing for today. He had an unclear relationship with that fox from the Yao kingdom, and he also had a pair of snake demon sisters with bad intentions. Last time, after Chung Xian went out with him, the way she looked at him when she came back was different from before. Now, in the ghost domain, he also had a female ghost that he had a good relationship with. Didn't all of them match up? Li Mu was held by Su He, and Rakshasa Wang Ming followed behind them like an attendant. They walked unhurriedly through the fog of the ghost domain. When they first left Fengdu City, in fact, he could see that Shangwan Li was not very happy. But she was already full of complaints about Li Mu. If he brought her, a third wheel, along, he was afraid that the journey would not be peaceful. Walking hand in hand in the fog, Su He suddenly said, "You and Miss Shangwan, are you also?" Li Mu knew what she was talking about and hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand. The two of us are innocent. Besides, Ali likes women. This was really a big misunderstanding. Li Mu and Shangwan Li were rivals in love, not lovers. The difference of one word was 1,000 miles. She was still brooding over Li Mu snatching the Empress away. So he glanced at him and said indifferently, "I'm just asking, why are you so nervous? In any case, there are already so many people in front of me. I don't mind having a few more behind me." Li Mu said helplessly, "How can there be so many behind her, including Wan Wan and Xiao Bai? There were only 2 people." Sui asked, "Have you seen Inchin after that?" Li Mu had almost forgotten about the 2 snakes and didn't know how their cultivation was. He nodded and said, "I have seen her. She is now cultivating in seclusion in the East Sea. When she comes out, I will bring her to find you." Mang Mountain City wasn't close to Fengdu, but the roads that connected the major cities of the Ghost Domain didn't have any danger and could be passed through without worry. Even if Li Mu and the rest didn't rush at full speed, they still arrived at Mang Mountain City in 2 hours. From afar, Li Mu saw a majestic city in the mountains. It was situated in the fog of the Ghost Domain. Luo Sha King and Ming, he didn't restrain their auras. When the 4 of them were about to reach the city gate, a light flashed outside Mang Mountain City. A huge array suddenly activated and enveloped the entire Mang Mountain City. An old man's figure stood in the array and looked at them. He said vigilantly, "Luo Sha, what are you and the people of Soul Hall doing here?" Luo Sha King stood outside the array and said to the old man, "Old Ghost, my lord wants to unify the Ghost Domain. Are you willing to work under him?" The old man had already seen Li Mu. He sneered at Luo Sha King and said, "You are a 7th realm Ghost King, but you are actually working under a 6th realm human. Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed for you." Luo Sha King was angered by his words. He attacked the array outside the city and said angrily, "Old Ghost, let's see if you can still laugh later." Luo Sha King had already made his move, and Ming Yi followed closely behind. Dazzling spell lights quickly bombarded the defensive array outside Mang Mountain City. This defensive array could at most block a 7th realm for a period of time. When Luo Sha King and Ming Yi attacked together, the array shook violently. Soon, it couldn't withstand it and collapsed. Ming Yi and Luo Sha King flew towards Azura King, and a huge battle erupted. The all-out battle of 2 7th realms was enough to destroy Mang Mountain City, not to mention 3 of them. To prevent the ghosts in the city from suffering an unexpected calamity, Li Mu summoned the Dao Bell. After the Dao Bell enlarged, it covered Mang Mountain City. Azura King was obviously no match for Luo Sha King and Ming Yi, but the 2 of them couldn't defeat him for a while. The 3 of them had similar cultivation. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to capture Azura King alive. If Azura King fought to the death, it would easily result in the 3 of them being defeated and injured. The Azura King did not intend to perish together with them. He was beaten back by the 2 of them. At a certain moment, he suddenly looked at Li Mu and shouted, "If you want this king to submit, then show me some real ability. Convince this king wholeheartedly. What kind of ability is relying on others?" Li Mu smiled when he heard that. He stepped forward and said, "Come back." Luo Sha King and Ming Yi gave up on Azura King and flew back to Li Mu's side. Li Mu flew up. An image appeared in Azura King's mind. His body trembled, and he immediately added, "If you want me to submit, don't use that bow." Azura King had already seen the power of the bow in this person's hand. If he took out that bow, Azura King probably couldn't even take a single arrow. At this moment, he was actually very aggrieved. If this person could really defeat him fair and square, it would be fine if he became his subordinate. However, this person was clearly only at the 6th realm. With the power of a Dharma treasure, he could pose a fatal threat to Azura King, who was at the 7th realm. No one would be able to accept this. Faced with Azura King's request, Li Mu nodded lightly and said, "Okay." Seeing that he agreed, Azura King's body exploded with a cloud of black fog. 4 malicious ghosts with 2 horns on their heads and sharp fingernails flew out from the black fog. These malicious ghosts all had the aura of the 6th realm. As soon as they appeared, they teleported and disappeared. When they reappeared, they had already surrounded Li Mu from 4 directions. Luo Sha King immediately warned Li Mu, "Sir, be careful. This old ghost doppelganger is very powerful." As soon as he finished speaking, a dark cloud suddenly appeared above the 4 malicious ghosts. Lightning flashed in the dark cloud, and a fierce wind swept up. The 4 malicious ghosts were held back, and Li Mu's figure had already disappeared. All of this happened so quickly that even Azura King didn't have time to react. By the time he realized the danger, a figure had already appeared in the void behind him. An illusory, small sword pierced through the back of his head. Azura King was slightly injured in an instant. Then, a cold light exploded from Li Mu's hand and pierced through his body. An arrow and a spear. Although the injuries to him weren't fatal, they reduced his strength by more than half. He only had 40% of his peak strength left. Seeing Li Mu's spear piercing towards his throat again, the Azura King's expression changed drastically. He immediately said, "Stop. I submit, I submit." Chapter 597. The Azura King finally understood that the person in front of him had more than one powerful magic treasure. Although the spear did not threaten him as much as the bow, it could still injure his soul. In addition, he had a small sword with a magical power that was very effective against souls. Ghost cultivators were already at a disadvantage when fighting against him. Although he might be able to hold on for a while longer if he used all his trump cards, he would suffer more than just light injuries. Since he was weaker than him, it was not a humiliation to work under him. After convincing himself, the Azura King straightened his chest and clasped his hands at Li Mu, saying, "Greetings, my lord." The Azura King's strength was on par with the Rakshasa King's. He was slightly weaker than Feng, and far weaker than the 5 patriarchs of the demonic way. They were both at the 7th realm, but the 5 patriarchs of the demonic way relied on their experience and magical powers to be several times stronger than these ordinary 7th realm cultivators. Li Mu had only gradually realized that the difference in strength between cultivators at the same level could be so great after seeing Blood River and the Woman in White. With the help of magic treasures and magical powers, the strength he could unleash was stronger than the Rakshasa King and the Azura King. It was inferior to the 5 patriarchs of the demonic way, and also inferior to the Empress. He still had a long way to go before he could fight against Xuanzong head-on. The Azura King gave in so easily. The Rakshasa King's expression was somewhat disappointed. Back when he was under Li Mu, he had suffered a lot, and suffered a lot. He had no choice but to submit to him. The Azura King, this old fellow, was sensible enough to bow his head so quickly. He only suffered some light injuries, which made the Rakshasa King feel a little unbalanced. He looked at the Azura King with resentment and said, "Hurry up and hand over your life spirit." The Azura King's expression changed slightly. Submitting was one thing, but handing over his life spirit meant that his life was completely under the control of the other party. He had cultivated bitterly for more than 100 years to achieve his current cultivation. He was not a slave. Li Mu waved his hand and said, "There's no need for a fate spirit. From now on, as long as you don't have any second thoughts and wholeheartedly work for the Ghost Realm, it will be fine." The Azura King was different from the Rakshasa King Ming-Yi. Li Mu had no enmity with him, so there was no need for him to take his life spirit. Just like in the Demon Kingdom, he had the soul blood of the Blue Wolf King, but the 9 Heaven Snake King and the Flying Bear King were still free, just like before. The Azura King heaved a sigh of relief and glared at the Rakshasa King. Although Luo Sha King was unhappy, he didn't dare to say anything since Li Mu had spoken. He took the initiative and said, "After leaving Laozhan City, the next destination is Yaksha King's Yaksha Kingdom. Sir, let me lead the way." After the Azura King also submitted, only the Yaksha King and the Yama King were left in the Ghost Realm. When Li Mu and the others arrived at the Yaksha Kingdom, the Yaksha King's behavior was exactly the same as the Shura King's. However, unlike the Shura King, The Yiksha king didn't resist at all when he saw that the two ghost kings and the demon Dao elder had submitted to Li Mu. He directly chose to submit. Faced with such a lineup, he had no other choice. At this point, only the Yama king was left among the four ghost kings. This Yama king wasn't the Yama king under the Nether Ghost Lord, but the true overlord of the ghost realm. He controlled the most territory, and even the soul hall was suppressed. In order to get his fate spirit back sooner, the Rakshasa king said to Li Mu after the Yiksha king submitted, "There's only the Yama king left. There's no need to trouble Sir to deal with him personally. Sir and Madam, please rest here for a while. I will bring him to you." The three ghost kings and Ming Yi already had 4 7th realm ghost kings. It was more than enough to deal with the Yama king. There was indeed no need to mobilize so many people. Thus, Li Mu and Su He stayed in the Yiksha kingdom, while the Rakshasa king and the other 3 went to the Yama king's Yama palace. It had been a long time since Li Mu and Su He had such a peaceful time together. Thinking back to when she was at the Bay of Clearwater, Li Mu would visit her every few days. Sometimes, he would bring her a few books to relieve her boredom. Other times, they would sit by the lake and eat hot pot together. In the Demon Emperor's space, there was a vegetable garden that Li Mu had cultivated. The two of them sat by the lake. The vegetables that had just been plucked from the garden were still wet. Li Mu put a few leaves into the pot and inadvertently turned his head. He saw that Su He was staring straight at him, her gaze somewhat absent-minded. Li Mu stretched out his hand and stroked a few strands of hair in front of her forehead. He smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" Su He smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's been a long time since we sat down and ate together like this." The last time the two of them sat facing each other and ate hot pot together, Li Mu was still a small bailiff who would come to the Bay of Clearwater to find her whenever he was in danger. After a few years, he could already take charge of an area on his own. His subordinates were all 7th realm ghost kings that they couldn't even look up to before. Li Mu and Su He finished their hot pot, but the Rakshasa king and the others still hadn't returned. There wouldn't be any problem for the 4 of them to deal with the Yama king. Even if the Yama king fought with all his might, the battle would be over in a very short time. Moreover, the possibility of the Yama king fighting back against 4 7th realm ghost kings was very small. Li Mu and Su He waited for several more hours, but still didn't see them. This period of time was enough for them to go back and forth from the Yiksha kingdom to the Yama palace several times. Li Mu sensed that something was wrong. He held Su He's hand and said, "Let's go and take a look." In the depths of the ghost realm, on top of a mountain that looked like a giant beast, a huge cage floated in the air. The Azura king, the Rakshasa king, the Yiksha king, and Gue Yi were trapped inside the cage. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't break out of the cage. In front of the cage, the Yama king was wearing a black robe and a pearl and jade crown. He held a brush in one hand and coldly looked at the ghosts trapped in the cage. In front of him, there was another figure wearing a long robe and a crown. This old man was dressed in the same way as the Yama king. The Rakshasa king was trapped in the cage. He was both shocked and angry. He shouted, "Old ghost, I'm doing this for your own good. Considering our many years of friendship, you'd better listen to me. When that person comes, this matter won't be resolved so easily." The Yama king sneered and said disdainfully, "Friendship? The friendship you're talking about is bringing these people to persuade me to serve someone else as my master?" The Rakshasa king explained, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Have you forgotten about that bow of his?" Recalling that terrifying bow, the Yama king's expression changed slightly. He looked at the old man beside him and asked, "Master, what kind of magic treasure is that?" The old man fell into deep thought. After a long time, he spoke again. "What you saw should be Ao Xiansun shooting bow. This bow condenses magic power into arrows and can kill enemies above their level. The stronger the magic power of the wielder, the stronger the bow. Ao Xian used this bow to conquer the 10 continents. After Ao Xian fell, this bow never appeared again." The Yama king whispered, "Sun shooting bow." At this moment, the fog in the distance rolled and fluctuated. 2 figures walked out from it. The Rakshasa king was overjoyed. He immediately said, "Sir, you're here. The old ghost beside the Yama King is very powerful. You must be careful." Actually, even without the Rakshasa King's reminder, Li Mu had already sensed that the old man's Inchi was very majestic. It was much more powerful than the Rakshasa King. Li Mu couldn't even be sure who was more powerful between the old man and the 5 ancestors of the demonic Tao. Sui's expression also became very serious. She said, "Be careful, he's very powerful." Li Mu didn't hesitate. With a thought, the sun's shooting bow appeared in his hand. The old man looked at the bow in his hand and said indifferently, "It really is Ao Xian's sun shooting bow." Li Mu was slightly shocked. Another person who recognized the sun shooting bow and could even call out Ao Xian's name. Could it be that this ghost also inherited some old monster's memory? The old man continued, "Let me see how much of the sun shooting bow's power you can unleash." Before he could finish his sentence, his figure had already disappeared. At the same time, Li Mu also released the bowstring. The mana in his body was instantly drained, and a ray of golden light shot out. The golden light pierced through the void, and the old man's figure appeared in front of him. His body was condensed from black fog, and there was a big hole in his chest. The aura on his body was also slightly weaker than before, but the hole was constantly wriggling and quickly recovered to its original state. The old man's aura was still powerful, but Li Mu was already a lamp that had run out of oil. Seeing this, Sui formed a seal with both hands. From the mountain below, several ghostly figures suddenly flew out. A few 6th-level ghostly cultivators under the command of the King of Hell were under her control. They surrounded Li Mu and were ready to provide him with mana at any time. Just as Li Mu borrowed the mana of a ghostly cultivator and was about to shoot a second arrow, he noticed something strange. Ever since he had taken control of these ghost cultivators, the old man's expression had undergone a huge change. From shock to disbelief to trembling with excitement. The next moment, he faced Sui and knelt on one knee. He clasped his hands and said respectfully, "Greetings, Ghost Lord." Chapter 598. This powerful old man suddenly knelt down in front of Sui. Not only was Sui stunned, even Li Mu was a little confused. He had already drawn his second bow and was not in a hurry to shoot. Sui looked at the old man and asked in surprise, "What did you say?" "This old servant has waited for hundreds of years. Finally, you are here." The old man lowered his head humbly and knelt on one knee on the ground. He said, "Disciple, quickly pay your respects to the Ghost Lord." Hearing this, King Yinluo hurried forward and knelt beside the old man. He said respectfully, "Greetings, Ghost Lord." Li Mu looked at Sui. Suddenly, a light flashed through his mind, and he remembered something. The cultivation path of the ghosts in the current world was created by the mighty figure of the Ghost Clan. As a top-notch expert, there were naturally many followers by his side. Among them, there was a group of ghosts that were most loyal to him. They were named the Ghost Servant Clan by him. The other followers were his subordinates, and the Ghost Servant race was his servant. As a servant, the Ghost Servant race received a lot from him, but the condition was absolute loyalty. Their bloodlines were imprinted with the divine ability brand, and they were loyal to the Ghost Lord for generations. Although that mighty figure had already fallen to the Ghost Servant race, the one who had the heavenly book and could control 10,000 ghosts was the new Ghost Lord, and also the master they were loyal to. Sui had the heavenly book and could control ghost cultivators. She was the master of the Ghost Servant race. This kind of servant was not like the Rakshasa King. Li Mu had used forceful methods to recruit subordinates. Their loyalty came from their bloodline and soul. They would never betray him. Li Mu whispered a few words to Sui. Only then did Sui recover from her shock. She said to the old man and King Yinluo, "Get up." "Thank you, Ghost Lord." The old man and King Yinluo got up. Sui looked at the Rakshasa King and the others trapped in the cage and said, "Let them out." "Understood." The elder nodded in agreement. Then he waved his hand, and the cage opened automatically. Luo Sha King and the other 4 demons flew out. This person's strength was unfathomable. If he had been by their side in the land of the fallen gods, it would have been difficult for the female corpse in white to escape. Although the first Ghost King had fallen a long time ago, he had left behind a huge inheritance for his successors. Any master of the Ghost Tao Heavenly Book could command the Ghost Servant clan. Yama Mountain, inside the main hall at the highest point. Sui sat on a huge stone chair in front of the hall. The old man and King Yama stood below and said respectfully, "Your servant has been waiting for you for 500 years. 500 years." Hearing that, Rakshasa King was shocked. He could not help but exclaim, "How can anyone live for so long?" The Azura King and Yiksha King were also shocked. Only Ming Yi looked indifferent. He even looked at the three demons with disdain and said, "Frogs at the bottom of a well. 500 years is nothing. There are experts in this world who have lived for 5,000 years." When the old man recognized the sun's shooting bow and called out Ao Xian's name, Li Mu knew that he was also an old monster who inherited his memories. He had at least 2,000 years of memories. Li Mu gave a simple explanation. Only then did the Rakshasa King understand. The Azura King was moved. He said in a low voice, "Why didn't I think of such a good idea? When my lifespan is about to end, I can use this method to pass on my memories. Wouldn't that make me immortal?" The Rakshasa King glanced at him and said indifferently, "Aren't you lying to yourself? When the time comes, you'll still be dead. The new Azura King will just be another person who has your memories. Rather than letting an outsider occupy your Mount Mang city and sleep with your Tao companion, you might as well die and be done with it." The Azura King did not think much of it. He said, "I will erase his memories. When the time comes, he will be me, and I will be him." Ming Yi looked at them again and said mercilessly, "Do you think you can pass on anyone's memories? If you want to pass on your memories, you have to be at least at the 9th realm. Which one of you has this ability?" These words completely extinguished the Azura King's hope. Then they looked straight at the old man. Only 9th realm experts could pass on their memories. Didn't that mean that this old man had reached the heavenly demon realm before? Li Mu was not surprised. Thousands of years ago was different from now. Although 9th realm experts were rare, they were not non-existent. In comparison, it was the Ghost Lord's cultivation level that shocked and astonished Li Mu. Just what kind of powerful cultivator was qualified to have a level 9 servant? Li Mu cupped his hands and asked, "Senior, how should I address you?" The old man saw that this young man had a close relationship with the Ghost Lord. He said, "You can call me Ghost Servant." The strength of a Ghost Servant was not below that of the 5 patriarchs of the demonic way. Such an expert was willing to bow his head and be a servant for thousands of years. It was enough to show the strength of the first Ghost Lord's spiritual imprint. Li Mu looked at him and asked, "You know Ao Xian?" The old man nodded and said, "He was an expert of the Black Dragon clan 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years ago, Ao Xian used the sun shooting bow to dominate the 10 continents and 4 seas. No one could match him. After Ao Xian disappeared, the sun shooting bow, the number 1 divine artifact of the cultivation world, also disappeared." Li Mu continued to ask, "The number 1 divine artifact?" The old man's face revealed a look of reminiscence. He then said, "Ao Xian's cultivation was not the strongest at that time, but after he obtained the sun shooting bow, he began to sweep through experts of the same level. Even the only 9th realm heavenly demon of the continent at that time fell at his hands. From then on, the cultivation world recognized the sun shooting bow as the number 1 divine artifact." Li Mu thought for a moment and asked, "Who made the sun shooting bow?" After comprehending the heavenly tomes, Li Mu also knew how top-grade magic treasures like the Tao Bell and the sky-piercing spear were made. He only could not understand the sun shooting bow. The method of making this bow was not recorded in the heavenly tomes. The old man shook his head and said, "No one knows." The origin of the sun shooting bow was also a mystery at that time. At that time, Ao Xian was chased by his enemies and had to hide everywhere. He disappeared for 10 years. 10 years later, when he reappeared with the sun shooting bow in hand, he killed all his enemies. From then on, no one dared to provoke him. The ghost servant with thousands of years of memories obviously knew much more than Li Mu. Even the Rakshasa king and the others were listening attentively. Feng, he had been in the devil path for more than 100 years. These things were not a secret to him. But to the Rakshasa king and the other ghosts, many of the things the ghost servant said subverted their understanding. Li Mu pondered for a moment and finally asked, "Since even you have reincarnated for so many times, why didn't the former ghost lord do the same?" The old man revealed a look of reverence and said, "Master said that the one who reincarnated was no longer him. Instead of deceiving ourselves like those fellows of the devil path, it is better to follow the heavenly Tao and wait for the next fated person." Compared to the ancestors of the devil path, the ghost lord clearly had the demeanor of a powerhouse. Li Mu thought of something and asked, "Do you know why the devil path has been constantly searching for the heavenly tones for 10,000 years? The old man was silent for a moment and slowly said, "I don't know their specific purpose, but the devil path once chased after several ghost lord for the ghost Tao heavenly tomes." Li Mu looked at Feng, who immediately said, "I don't know either. I only know that the heavenly tomes may hide the secret of eternal life. As long as there is news about the heavenly tomes, we must report it to the third ancestor." Chapter 599. Immortality. The Rakshasa king, Asura king, and the other ghosts couldn't help but purse their lips. Including their lifespan when they were human, their lifespan was no more than 360 years. Even in these 180 years, they had spent most of their time in seclusion cultivation. As a cultivator, whether human, demon, or ghost, who didn't want to live forever. Li Mu's expression was indifferent, but his heart wasn't calm either. The pursuit of immortality was driven by human instincts. Immortality was the ultimate goal that all cultivators pursued. If the complete 24 pages of the heavenly book contained the secret of immortality, Li Mu, who had 10 pages, was probably the closest person to this secret. Whether it was for the stability of the 10 continents or to pry into the secret of immortality, a real conflict would erupt between him and the demon sect sooner or later. At this time, the old ghost servant looked at Su He and respectfully said, "Ghost Lord's cultivation isn't low, but it's far from enough. For thousands of years, the demon sect has been searching for the heavenly book. They already know that the heavenly book is in your hands and will definitely send more experts to the ghost realm to snatch it. You must raise your cultivation as soon as possible to have the power to resist the demon sect." The ghost servant's worries weren't without reason. Li Mu had already confirmed from Feng that the third ancestor of the demonic path was indeed at the 8th realm. With his 10,000 years of experience, ordinary 8th realm experts might not be his match. Fortunately, the third ancestor of the demonic path seemed to be unable to step into the Zoo continent for some reason. Otherwise, the demonic path would sweep through everything on the Zoo continent. Sui's cultivation was at the 6th realm and could control 6th realm wandering souls and ghost cultivators. When she reached the 7th realm, those 7th realm wandering souls would also be under her control. At that time, the entire ghost realm would be under her control. In order to help her raise her cultivation quickly, Li Mu integrated the 4 ghost kings and the Soul Hall sphere of influence and built statues of her in the 5 main cities of the ghost realm for all the ghosts in the city to worship. Among all the cultivation methods, telekinesis was the easiest way to raise one's cultivation. The abundant yin-chi of the ghost realm also provided her with an endless supply of cultivation resources. Li Mu gave the ghost heavenly book to her after deciphering it. Next, she would have to rely on herself to cultivate. 1 month later, Jiangyin County. Recently, something big happened in Jiangyin County, which shocked the entire cultivation world. The Great Zhou's Jiangyin County bordered the ghost domain. In order to obtain soul power, cultivators would often enter the ghost domain in groups to hunt wandering souls. The wandering souls at the border of the ghost domain were not strong. As long as one did not go too deep, there would not be too much danger. But starting from half a month ago, 5th realm and even sixth realm wandering souls and ghost cultivators began to appear frequently at the borders of the ghost realm. All the human cultivators who entered the ghost realm were chased out by them. Since then, almost no human cultivators dared to approach the ghost domain. Without a doubt, something big must have happened in the ghost realm. After the Jiangyin County government discovered this abnormal matter, they immediately reported it to the imperial court. The Great Zhou court attached great importance to this matter and sent several consecrators to investigate. However, these imperial consecrators came out a few days after entering the ghost domain and brought a piece of news. Not long ago, a powerful cultivator appeared in the ghost domain. She subdued the 5 major factions of the ghost domain and unified the ghost domain. She was worshipped as the Ghost Lord. From then on, whether it was the ghost cultivators or wandering souls of the ghost domain, they all belonged to the Ghost Lord. Cultivators were forbidden from entering the ghost domain to hunt. Those who violated this rule would be killed without mercy. When this news came out, it caused a huge uproar in the cultivation world. Not only did this mean that the ghost domain was no longer a chaotic place ruled by heroes, but since the Yao nation was unified, there was another powerful faction near the Zhou continent. The situation on the continent would definitely change because of the unification of the ghost domain. At the same time, the cultivators of the Zhou continent would lose a treasured place to obtain cultivation resources. Fortunately, although the situation in the ghost domain had changed greatly, it had shown goodwill to the Great Zhou court. The ghost domain's master sent an envoy to the Great Zhou court to bring a non-aggression agreement. This was naturally great news for the people of the Great Zhou. For hundreds of years, the Great Zhou had been facing threats from the Yao nation, the ghost domain, and the countries in the south. Now that the Shin nation had changed masters, it sent an envoy to the Great Zhou not long ago to express its submission. The other small countries in the south also sent tributes year after year and were extremely obedient. As for the Yao nation and the ghost domain, it was the first time they had signed an agreement with the Great Zhou to not invade each other and to mutually benefit each other. This was something that had never happened since the establishment of the Great Zhou, or even since the birth of a unified central dynasty on the Zhou continent. Her Majesty the Empress had been on the throne for many years. Together with Lord Li, she had quelled foreign invasions and resolved internal troubles. Her achievements had already surpassed that of the previous emperors, allowing the Great Zhou's national power to reach an unprecedented peak. Jiangyin County, the border between the Great Zhou and the ghost domain. 2 figures walked out of the fog. Li Mu glanced back. Shang Wanli glanced at him and said, "If you can't bear to leave, I can go back to Shundu alone to report on my mission." Li Mu withdrew his gaze and said, "Let's go." This month, he had been helping Suhi manage the affairs in the ghost domain. The major forces had just been unified, and there were many complicated matters that needed to be dealt with. Fortunately, this was Li Mu's old profession. He had already helped the Empress and Phantom Princess with the same thing countless times. It was hard to say. He was only one person, but he had to take care of the hearts of the Great Zhou, the Yao nation, and the ghost domain. He could only blame his women for being too capable. 2 of the 10 continents were under their control. Not only did she have to cultivate, but she also had to learn how to manage the affairs of a nation. So he would be very busy in the future. Although Li Mu wanted to share some of her burden, he had stayed in the ghost domain for too long. If he didn't leave soon, other places would probably catch fire. Phantom Princess was still in seclusion, trying to break through to the 7 Tails. Li Mu and Shangwan Li went to Baiyan Mountain first. Then, they brought Lu Hanyin and Li Qing back to Shundu together. Lu Hanyin and Li Qing both knew of Su He's existence. On the way back, Li Mu told them everything that had happened in the ghost domain. Then, Lu Hanyin rolled her eyes the entire way. With Phantom Princess and the Empress as a foundation, it was not difficult for them to accept Su He. However, it was not easy to get past the Empress. In Changle Palace, the Empress sat on the dragon throne with Zhong Ling in her arms. Shangwan Li and Mr. Mei stood on either side of her. Li Mu stood below, reporting to her. The Ghost Domain and the Demon Path all wanted that page of the Ghost Domain's heavenly book. Fortunately, it did not fall into their hands. In addition, before I came back, I subdued the ghost domain's major forces. From now on, the great Zhou will not have to worry about the ghost domain's invasion. Zhou, he looked at him indifferently and said, "You subdued more than just the ghost domain's forces, right?" The Empress was obviously implying something. Li Mu raised his head and glanced at Shangguan Li, who was standing beside her. Shangguan Li snorted coldly and said, "Don't think that I will help you hide this from Her Majesty." Li Mu looked at the Empress and smiled awkwardly. "Her Majesty already knows." Zhou, he looked at Li Mu angrily and said, "Is it because Han Yin is not beautiful enough, Li Qing is not gentle enough, Wan Wan and Xiao Bai are not obedient enough, or is it because that fox is not charming enough? Why don't you know how to be satisfied?" Li Mu sighed helplessly. "It's because of the debt from before." Zhou, he had clearly thought about this problem. After glaring at Li Mu, she pointed at the imperial table in front of them and said, "Ali, grind the ink for him." There was paper and brush on the imperial table. Shangguan Li walked over and began to grind the ink with ease. Then, Zhou, he looked at Li Mu and said, "Right." Li Mu was puzzled and asked, "Right what?" Zhou Qiong said indifferently, "What other debts do you owe, and what other sisters and sisters do you have? Write them all down for me. I'm not an unreasonable person. Before I met you, I didn't care about the debts you owed. But from now on, if you continue to provoke foxes and ghosts and have new sisters and sisters, don't blame me for being impolite." Li Mu looked up at the Empress. Could it be that this was a piece of paper to exempt him from liability? Could it be that the Empress would not care about the names he wrote on this paper? Was the Empress not afraid that he would randomly write down 8 or 10 names? Li Mu was not so stupid. This was obviously the Empress testing him. He shook his head and said firmly, "Your Majesty, there are no more." Zhou, he thought for a moment and said, "I can see that all the young and beautiful women around you are likely to be your creditors. Who else do you know? Write them down for me." Li Mu finally realized that the Empress wanted to completely cut off his chances of womanizing in the future. If the names that did not appear on this paper today were to be related to him in the future, it would mean that Li Mu did not keep his promise, and she would not be polite. The Empress would definitely pay special attention to the names that appeared on this paper in the future, and would not let Li Mu be involved with them. This was a good plan. Li Mu glanced at the Empress. Zhou snorted and said, "Write." If he did not write, he was afraid that he would not be able to pass this test. Li Mu helplessly picked up the brush and began to think about which young and beautiful women were around him. After a moment, he began to write. Xin, Ting Xin, Fulin, Hulu, Ali Shangguan Li stood behind Li Mu. When she saw her name, although her expression was calm, her heart was shy and complicated. When Mr. May saw the word May, the corners of his mouth hooked up into a smile. After Li Mu wrote the word May, he suddenly remembered that Mr. May was beautiful and charming, but he was not young anymore. So he picked up the brush and gently crossed out the word May. Then a murderous intent came from behind, making him shudder. Chapter 600. High up in the sky outside Changle Palace, the light of spells flickered. The cultivators with some cultivation in the divine capital all felt the ripples of Dharma power in the sky. They didn't know who was so bold as to fight openly in the divine capital. They didn't care about the cultivators of the Department of Worship and the Inner Guard at all. Inside Changle Palace, Zhou held a piece of paper in her hand, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed. As a woman, she naturally wasn't willing to share favor with other women. Lu and Li, the two girls, had long been married to Li Mu. She was only a latecomer. She didn't have the qualifications to compete with the two of them. She had tried her best to guard against that fox from the Yao country, but she still wasn't able to guard against it. The other party was a step ahead of her. She could only blame herself for being too slow. She didn't have much to complain about. As for that person from the ghost realm, since Li Mu owed her a debt of affection in his early years, if she didn't let go, it would be unreasonable. But if after her he still frequently encountered new peach blossoms, that would be something that Zhou couldn't tolerate. That was why she thought of this method, to completely cut off Li Mu's thoughts of continuing to flirt with other women. There was no need to worry about the latecomers. In the future, she only needed to be extra vigilant against the people written on the paper. Zhou looked at the names on the paper, her gaze deep in thought. Enrich, Ting X. Although those two little snakes hadn't seen each other for a long time, one of them didn't hide her feelings towards Li Mu. Although the other hid her feelings very well, she still couldn't hide it from her eyes. From Strange Story and White Snake, these novels that Li Mu had written in his early years, it could be seen that he hadn't just been interested in a fox demon and a snake demon for a day or two. Now, he already had a pair of fox demons, but he didn't have a single snake beauty. In a sense, Ting Xin was her teacher. Zhou had long known that she had feelings for Li Mu. She took advantage of Ting Xin's absence to get him first. She always felt that she had let Ting Xin down. If she was still on guard against Ting Xin, wouldn't she be very much like the annoying female supporting characters in most novels? She was a queen, not a supporting female lead. She couldn't burn the bridge after crossing it. Let's put the beautiful snake sisters aside for now. Next is Chung Xin. There are many dragon girls in Li Mu's story, so I can't rule out the possibility that he has other thoughts about Chung Xin. Just in case, should I let Chung Xin go back to the South Sea? Zhou glanced at Chung Xin, who was gnawing on a duck's neck in a corner of Changle Palace. She felt that she was too cruel. Although Chung Xin could eat a little when Li Mu was not around, Chung Xin stayed by her side and listened to her orders at all times. Chung Xin even put down his dignity as a dragon and let her ride him out to enjoy the scenery. Even if he didn't contribute much, he still worked hard. Chung Xin only left the South Sea because she ran away from the marriage. If he let her go back just like that, wouldn't he be pushing her into the fire pit again? Zhou Qiong shook his head. In the end, he decided to stay and satisfy himself. As for Hu Lu, Zhou wasn't worried. There was already a fox in the Thousand Fox Country. Hu Lu and Huan Ji's relationship was like Wan Wan and Lu Hanyan. Hu Lu couldn't be considered her opponent at all. If it were her master, it would be more likely. Next was Ali. Although Ali was beautiful and young, she wouldn't like Li Mu. She wasn't interested in men. Zhou didn't think that anything would happen between her and Li Mu. As for Mr. Mei, it was even more impossible. Her age plus a few years was old enough to be Li Mu's mother. Li Mu directly crossed out her name. In this way, it seemed that she didn't have any opponents. Zhou felt a little happy. Then she put down the paper, rested her chin on one hand, and asked, Ali, do you think I'm too jealous? That's how it should be. Shang Wanli snorted softly and said, he relies on his good looks and high cultivation to flirt everywhere. Your Majesty, if you don't go overboard with him, you may have to bestow him a bigger residence in the future so that he can live in his sister's. Zhou no longer doubted herself. She nodded and said, you're right. I don't have that many houses to give him. Half an hour later, Li Mu returned home, exhausted. Because he had deleted Mr. Mei's name, she flew into a rage out of humiliation and insisted on fighting 300 rounds with him. Li Mu couldn't hurt her, so he could only endure. Fighting with her was much more tiring than fighting with the 5 ancestors of the demonic path. Li Mu learned a lot about the 5 ancestors of the demonic path from a ghost servant. This woman was called Xianming. In the era of the ghost servant, she was a top powerhouse in the world. Her cultivation had reached the 9th realm, and her name had shaken the 10 continents. Unlike ghost cultivators, demon cultivators, and human cultivators, she cultivated the Tao of corpses. Moreover, she cultivated this Tao to the peak and achieved the sky corpse body. Everywhere she went, the land was barren and not a single blade of grass grew. She only needed to take a breath, and she could suck away the essence, blood, and souls of all living creatures within a certain range. Her strength was not weaker than Blood River at his peak. After learning this from the ghost servant, Li Mu knew that it was pure luck that he was able to kill Blood River. The ancestors of the demonic path were ranked according to strength. In other words, Blood River's strength at his peak was even stronger than the white-clothed female corpse. Unfortunately, Blood River's cultivation was only at the 6th realm at that time. In the end, he died under the sun's shooting bow and the sky-piercing spear. Once he grew up, he would be more difficult to deal with than the 5 ancestors of the demonic path. According to Ming Yi, the 3 elders of Yu and Ming were under the command of the 3 ancestors of the demonic path. Compared to Blood River and Xian Ming, this person was the most difficult opponent to deal with. His cultivation was at the 8th realm, the true peak of the continent. He also had 10,000 years of fighting experience. In the beginning, many powerhouses of the demonic path chose to inherit their memories. However, most of them fell in the long river of history due to various accidents. To be able to inherit their memories to this day, whether it was their temperament or strength, they were not comparable to ordinary powerhouses. Unless he also reached the 8th realm, Li Mu had no confidence in defeating him even with the sun's shooting bow in hand. Moreover, since there were the 3 ancestors of the demonic path, there must be the 1st and 2nd ancestors. Li Mu knew nothing about them at present. However, there was no doubt that they would be stronger and more difficult to deal with than the 3 ancestors. While Li Mu was worried, on the ghost island in the depths of the South Sea, the white-clothed woman stood in the tower, her voice devoid of any emotion. She slowly said, "We can't obtain the Ghost Path Heavenly Book. I hid in the Ghost Realm for a month, but I still couldn't approach the Heavenly Book. This generation's ghost servants are very strong, not any weaker than me." The skeleton-like 3 ancestors of the demonic path slowly opened their eyes and said, "With the birth of a new ghost lord, it will be difficult for the Ghost Realm to interfere in the future. Although we can't obtain the Heavenly Book, knowing its whereabouts isn't a complete waste of time. We've already waited for 10,000 years. There's no need to rush." In these 10,000 years, there had been countless times when they knew the whereabouts of the Heavenly Book but didn't have the strength to seize it. However, the owner of the Heavenly Book would always fall, while the powerhouses of the demonic path would multiply endlessly. As long as they knew the whereabouts of the Heavenly Book, they would always have a chance to seize it. This included Li Mu. At most, his lifespan would be 3 or 460 years. In the worst-case scenario, he would only have to wait for another 200 years, the time of one reincarnation cycle of memories. The tower gradually quieted down. After an unknown period of time, a figure flew in from outside. Ming Er flew into the tower and knelt on one knee. He respectfully said, "Greetings, 3rd ancestor and 5th ancestor." The 3rd ancestor opened his eyes again and looked at him. He asked, "Have you investigated the matter I asked you to?" Ming Er revealed an excited expression and said, reporting to 3rd ancestor, "I've investigated it. This subordinate hid in the Yong capital and found an opportunity to search the soul of an important member of the Yong imperial family. I obtained an important piece of information. The Yong imperial family really does have a page of the Heavenly Book." Chapter 601. In recent days, Li Mu had a rare moment of free time. Phantom Princess was in seclusion in the Yao Nation, using the spirit of telekinesis gathered by the 4 major demon clans to attack the 7 Tails. So he had to cultivate and learn how to manage the newly unified Ghost Realm, so she didn't have time to care about him. In the Divine Capital, he spent most of his time with his wife or riding Happy Heart, traveling around with the Empress. Occasionally, he would attend morning court and stroll around the consecration department. The imperial court, which used to be divided by several factions, now only had the Empress's faction, led by Zhang Chun. In the past 2 years, the Shao clan and the Zhou clan had dispersed and gradually lost their power. The important figures of the 2 families seemed to have given up and rarely appeared in the imperial court. The Zhou clan and the Shao clan used to be giants that Li Mu couldn't defeat. They were also a major obstacle to the Empress's power. But now, it was very difficult for them to be Li Mu's opponent. His opponent was Xuanzong, who was of the demonic path. They were the top factions of the continent's righteous and evil paths. Compared to these 2, the Shao clan and the Zhou clan were not worth mentioning. On this day, Li Mu sent Lu Hanyin and Li Qing back to Baiyun Mountain and took a look at the sect situation. After leaving the ghost realm, he left a large amount of spirit jade and soul power in the sect to raise the cultivation of the low-level disciples. In just a few months, the Fulu school's overall strength had increased by a level. In terms of quantity and quality of low-level disciples, they were already catching up to Xuanzong at a fast speed. Then, Li Mu made another trip to the Yao Nation. The 4 major demon clans had united, which was rare, and the entire Yao Nation was extremely cohesive. Large and small demon clans were incorporated into the Yao Nation. At the same time, the Yao Nation also issued laws. The previously chaotic Yao Nation was gradually becoming orderly. Phantom Princess had yet to come out of seclusion. Like the Empress, she used the spirit of telekinesis to forcefully raise her cultivation when her magic power was far below the 7th realm. She was not as natural as Jadeson's. A year and a half of seclusion was considered very fast. After returning to the God's capital, Li Mu wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to further his relationship with the Empress. However, a piece of news caught his attention. The demon path had suddenly invaded the state of Yong, and the state of Yong's envoy requested that the great Zhou dispatch troops to reinforce the Yong imperial family. Li Mu had 2 impressions of the Yong kingdom. First, the small and sparsely populated Yong kingdom had condensed the will of the people. In less than a century, the citizens of the kingdom had condensed 3 strands of Emperor's Qi. Even the great Zhou could not compare. Secondly, Li Mu's painting mantra had been swindled from a young envoy from the Yong kingdom. Great Zhou had no reason to refuse Yong's request for help. On one hand, Great Zhou bordered the southern kingdoms. Once Yong fell, the southeastern border of Great Zhou would face the threat of the demon path. Resisting the demon path and aiding Yong was a strategic necessity for Great Zhou. On the other hand, the relationship between the Great Zhou and the state of Yong was that of a suzerain state and a vassal state. Every year, the state of Yong would pay tribute to the Great Zhou, and the Great Zhou would protect them. Within the imperial study, the Empress had just received the Yong envoy. The envoy was a scholarly middle-aged man. He wore a scholar's robe and knelt in front of the palace, pleading, "I implore Great Zhou to dispatch troops and assist the state of Yong in repelling the demon path in front of outsiders." Zhou regained her majesty as the Empress and calmly said, "The state of Yong is a vassal state of Great Zhou. If the state of Yong is in trouble, Great Zhou will naturally not sit idly by." Saying this, she called out in a deep voice, "Li Mu." Li Mu walked to the front of the palace and cupped his hands. "This subject is here," Zhou Yi said. "I will leave the matter of assisting the state of Yong to you." Li Mu loudly said, "As you command." The Yong imperial family had 3 transcending realm experts. If even they couldn't resolve the problem, it would definitely be very thorny. The demon path would definitely have dispatched more than 1 7th realm elder. There is also the possibility that some 10,000-year-old monster would personally take action. As such, there was no need to dispatch the Consecration Bureau, the Southern Army, or the Eastern Army. Perhaps only the 4 deans of the great academies and the Empress would be of some use. The Empress couldn't possibly leave the divine capital to assist the state of Yong, and the deans of the 4 great academies had the responsibility of guarding the divine capital. Li Mu promptly made a decision and used a sound transmission artifact to contact Xianjizi, asking him to invite the experts of the Southern Sect, Northern Sect, and Danding Sect to Yong. Distant water couldn't quench a present thirst. These 3 sects were in the vicinity of Yong and could provide assistance as quickly as possible. Afterwards, Li Mu executed the Earth shrinking art and personally headed to Yong. With the Empress's status, she couldn't personally head there. In the imperial court, only he had the qualifications and strength to represent the Empress. Using the Earth shrinking art to travel was much faster than flying or riding artifacts. In less than 2 hours, a radiance flashed in the sky above Yong's capital. The space fluctuated, and Li Mu's figure walked out. Just as he arrived at Yong's capital, Li Mu sensed several powerful auras. Somewhere in Yang's capital, there were 6 seventh realm auras. Li Mu was very familiar with 3 of them. They were the auras of orthodox Taoism. The other 3 were also 7th realm auras, but they were very weak. It was obvious that their injuries weren't light. Li Mu's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a great hall within Yang's imperial palace. The 3 old men looked at him and smiled. Martial nephew has arrived. Li Mu cupped his hands towards them and said, "Greetings, martial uncles." Other than Xuanzong, the 5 sects of Taoism were now as close as a family. After receiving Xianjizi's message, the Southern Sect, Northern Sect, and Pill Cauldron Sect each dispatched a Grand Elder, rushing to Yang immediately. After a simple greeting, Li Mu asked, "Where are the people of the Devil Tao?" An old man said, "After the 3 of us rushed over, we joined forces with the 3 Taoists from Yang and repelled them." Li Mu asked again, "Who came from the Devil Tao?" That old man said, 3 7th realm elders. One of them is very powerful. She could fight the 4 of us alone. I didn't expect the Devil Tao to have such a terrifying expert. Li Mu asked, "Is it a white-clothed woman who is proficient in corpse arts?" The 3 were shocked at the same time. The Pill Cauldron Sect's Grand Elder asked, "Martial nephew knows this person?" Li Mu nodded and said, "She is one of the 5 ancestors of the demon sect. Her strength is unfathomable. I didn't expect her injuries to recover so quickly." The Pill Cauldron Sect elder was shocked. "This person is so powerful. Who could injure her?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "That's not important. What's important is why did the Devil Tao suddenly invade Yang?" He understood the Devil Tao very well. For thousands of years, although the Devil Tao had been wreaking havoc on the continent, their goal was only the heavenly tomes. They rarely took the initiative to invade unrelated countries, especially Yang, which bordered the Great Zhou and was surrounded by a circle of smaller countries. Even if the Devil Tao wanted to encroach on the countries in the south, they had no reason to start with Yang. At this moment, an old man wearing a black dragon robe bowed to the group and said, "Many thanks for your assistance." An elder smiled and said, "You're welcome. The Devil Tao has wreaked havoc on the continent. Everyone has the right to punish them." Li Mu looked at the 3 experts from Yang's imperial family and got straight to the point, asking, "Do you know why the Devil Tao attacked Yang?" The 2 old men's lips moved, wanting to say something but hesitating. In the end, the old man in the black dragon robe sighed and said, "Forget it. Now that things have come to this, that secret is no longer a secret." He looked at Li Mu and said, "My clan has a page of the heavenly tomes. This has always been a secret of my clan. However, for some reason, the Devil Tao suddenly learned of it, leading to today's events." Li Mu was shocked. "You have the heavenly tomes." He finally understood why the 5 ancestors of the Devil Tao had personally come to Yang. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. The Devil Tao had struggled at death's door for 10,000 years for the heavenly tomes. In the entire ancestral province, anyone or power that once possessed a heavenly tomes was the target of the Devil Tao. For example, the 6 Taoist sects had the strength to protect the heavenly tomes. The Devil Tao was helpless. For example, the 3 Buddhist sects of the Shun Kingdom possessed the heavenly tomes but did not have the strength. The heavenly tomes were snatched away by the Devil Tao, cutting off their inheritance. The Yang Kingdom's heavenly tomes were hidden. It was fine if he secretly comprehended it, but once the Devil Tao learned of it, they would definitely come to snatch it away. Li Mu urgently asked, "Where is your heavenly tomes?" The old man shook his head and said, "It has already fallen into the hands of that woman." Although Li Mu felt that it was a pity, he was not surprised. None of those old monsters were easy to deal with. Even if the 3 young experts worked together, they would not be her match. If they had not handed over the heavenly tomes, their souls would have likely been scattered, and they would have become cultivation resources for the mysterious underworld race. He looked at the 3 young experts. It was no wonder that Yang had developed so rapidly these past few years. The heavenly tomes must have played a role in this. At this moment, the old man in black dragon robes worriedly said, "The heavenly tomes were stolen because our skills were inferior." However, Linglong was also taken away by them. She possesses the heart of 7 orifices and can decipher the heavenly tomes. If the Devil Dao forces her to decipher the heavenly tomes, the Devil Dao will definitely become even more powerful in the future. Limu stared blankly for a moment before asking, "Wait a minute. What Linglong? What heart of 7 orifices?" The old man sighed. "Linglong is my young kingdom's princess. She was born with the heart of 7 orifices and can decipher the contents of the heavenly tomes. This was originally a secret of my imperial family. I don't know who leaked it to the Devil Dao." Limu was momentarily speechless. The heart of 7 orifices. How could there be such a thing? Chapter 602. Limu was no stranger to the heart of 7 orifices. In fact, he was quite familiar with it. It was precisely because of this special physique that the southern and northern sects, Spirit Array faction, and the other sects were relieved to let him comprehend the heavenly book. Every once in a while, Limu would give them a portion of the heavenly book he had deciphered. They did not have any doubts about his special physique. In fact, he had only used the clear heart technique. Limu had originally believed that the heart of 7 orifices was only a legend. He did not expect that such a constitution really existed. If the Princess of Yong, who had been kidnapped by the demonic Dao, truly possessed the heart of 7 orifices constitution, then the worries of this elder from the Yong imperial family were not without reason. Now, Limu had 10 pages of a heavenly book in his hands. For the last 10,000 years, the demonic path had been searching for and competing for heavenly books. The number of heavenly books they grasped was likely no less than Limu's. Although the heavenly books were not extremely powerful offensive magic tools like the sun-shooting bow, every page of a heavenly book was a precious seed. The difference between the sun-shooting bow and the heavenly book was the difference between giving a man a fish and teaching a man to fish. The sun-shooting bow could make a person strong and invincible within the same realm. It could even kill those of a higher realm. It specialized in all kinds of fancy divine abilities and could break through 10,000 techniques with a single arrow. The heavenly tomes passed down a seed of fire. It wouldn't be of much use in a short period of time, but it would only take 100 years to cultivate a powerful sect and a prosperous country. Compared to the 10,000 years of the demonic path, 100 years was too short. If the demonic path's heavenly tomes were completely deciphered, their strength would undergo a qualitative leap within 100 years. They would sweep away all the other sects and become the only overlord of the 10 continents. Right now, the demonic Dao's strength was not at its peak. Otherwise, even if they chased Limu to the ends of the world, they would think of a way to snatch the heavenly book from him instead of just bullying Yong. Hearing the news of the Yong kingdom's heavenly tomes, the 3 grand elders revealed expressions of understanding. The grand elder of the southern sect, Taoist priest, no wonder. For the past several thousand years, the demonic path has been on the verge of madness in order to obtain the heavenly tomes. Since the establishment of the 6 sects have suffered large-scale attacks from the demonic path almost every 100 years. None of the 6 sects were fortunate enough to escape. If it weren't for the 6 sects' abundant resources, perhaps they would have long since met the same fate as the state of Yong. The heavenly tomes had been stolen, the princess had been kidnapped, and the secrets of the imperial family had been made known to outsiders. After the matter was resolved, the Yong imperial family immediately gathered their kinsmen and launched a thorough investigation. Very quickly, they found out that a prince of the imperial family who had reached the 6th level of cultivation did not respond to the summons. When the experts went to his mansion, they found that he was trapped in the mansion and could not go out. It was from his prince that they found out what had happened. A few days ago, a 7th realm elder of the demonic path had infiltrated the imperial residence. While he was unprepared, the elder captured him and searched his soul. As an important figure of the royal family, he knew all of the royal family secrets. That one page of the Heavenly Sutra, as well as the secret of the Princess Seven Orifices' mystical heart, had been leaked to the demonic path. The fiend's speed was too fast, and the five ancestors had personally taken action. Although Li Mu notified Xianjizi at the first moment, he was still a step too late. That one page of the Heavenly Sutra had been stolen was not the most serious matter. The most serious matter was that Princess Linglong of Yong could decipher the Heavenly Sutra. Her significance to the demonic path was even more important than 1 or 2 pages of the Heavenly Sutra. Li Mu asked an elder of the Yong imperial family, "What is the content of that page of the Heavenly Sutra?" The elder replied, "This page of the Heavenly Sutra contains the Tao of painting, the Tao of music, the essentials of governing a country, as well as some miscellaneous Taos." Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I understand. Now that the demonic path has obtained the Heavenly Sutra, they will no longer make things difficult for Yong. We will think of a way to rescue Princess Linglong. All you need to do is wait patiently." The elder cupped his hands to Li Mu and said, "I will leave Linglong to you, Your Majesty." Princess Linglong had a special constitution and absolutely could not fall into the hands of the demonic path. However, it was unknown where she had been taken. After leaving Yong, Li Mu did not return to the divine capital. Instead, he went directly to the ghost domain. Of all the people he came into contact with, no one was more familiar with the demon sect than Ming Yi. Ming Yi had already handed over his fate soul and boarded Li Mu's pirate ship. Faced with Li Mu's question, Ming Yi had no choice. With a complicated tone, he said, if she was taken away by the fifth ancestor, she should have gone to the Ghost Island. Li Mu asked, "Where's the Ghost Island?" Ming Yi replied, "The Ghost Island is located in the depths of the Southern Sea. It is one of the sage sect's 3 main altars and is personally guarded by the third ancestor. The Ghost Island is indistinct and unpredictable. Without a medallion, it is impossible to find the Ghost Island." Li Mu glanced at him and asked, "Where is your medallion?" Ming Yi shook his head and said, "When you destroyed my physical body, that medallion was also destroyed." Li Mu sighed. It seemed that he would have to consider this matter at length. Without the medallion, he would not be able to find the Ghost Island, nor would he be able to rescue the Princess of Yong. Even if he obtained the medallion and sneaked into the Ghost Island, there was still an old monster of the 8th level. Not only would Li Mu not be able to save the princess, but he might even lose his life. At this moment, Ming Yi struggled internally and suddenly said, "Actually, it is not impossible to sneak into the Ghost Island without being detected by the third ancestor." Li Mu immediately looked at him and said, "Speak." Since he had already become Li Mu's subordinate, Ming Yi simply changed his stance and said, "The third ancestor needs to avoid a calamity. Every month, around the full moon, the third ancestor will sleep in a stone coffin. No matter what happens during these 3 days, he will not come out of seclusion. As long as that old monster of the 8th level did not make a move, Li Mu would have no problem escaping even if he could not defeat Xianming." Li Mu looked at Ming Yi with admiration and asked, "Besides the medallion, is there any other way to get to the Ghost Island?" Ming Yi nodded straightforwardly and said, "Although we cannot find the Ghost Island without the medallion, we can have the people of the Sage sect bring you in." Li Mu leaned back in his chair and said, "Continue." Ming Yi spoke faster and faster. In order to find suitable hosts for the ancestors and the cultivators of the Sage sect from thousands of years ago, the Sage sect will search for special constitutions suitable for their cultivation every year and bring them to the Ghost Island to cultivate. When their cultivation breaks through to the 6th level, their memories will be erased and replaced with the memories of the ancestors and the cultivators of the Sage sect. Therefore, as long as we spread the news of a special constitution that the Sage sect needs, there will naturally be emissaries from the Sage sect who will take the initiative to come. Li Mu was right to accept Ming Yi as a traitor. The most powerful of the 3 ancestors of the demonic way, the third ancestor, would not be able to go out for a few days every month. This was a good opportunity for Li Mu to sneak into the Ghost Island. However, Li Mu was not completely convinced by Ming Yi's words. He asked again, "What is avoiding calamity?" Ming shook his head and said, "I don't know. We only know that the third ancestor will seal himself in the stone coffin for a few days every month. No one is allowed to disturb him." At this time, a figure came in from outside. The ghost servant looked at Li Mu and said, "What he said is true. He needs to avoid calamity. The third ancestor of the demonic way must have used the demonic way to prolong his life. Although this method can break through some of the limits of life, it also has its drawbacks. He must completely restrain his aura before and after the full moon. Otherwise, he will suffer the wrath of heaven. In my memory, there is more than one person in the history of the demonic way who has been obliterated by heaven's calamity. Li Mu had known for a long time that the demonic way had a way to prolong life. They could prolong a cultivator's life by 60 years on the basis of their current life. The sixth realm had 360 years of life, and the seventh realm had 460 years of life. However, he did not know that this method of prolonging life had such a limit. Even so, this secret method was very heaven-defying. As long as he slept for 3 days every month, he could live for another 60 years. No matter how he thought about it, this was a good deal. Li Mu had been thinking about this secret method for a long time. The ghost servant also knew about this, which meant that Ming Yi did not lie to him. As long as he chose the time when the third ancestor was asleep, Li Mu could break into Ghost Island. It was the beginning of the month, and there was still half a month before the full moon. Li Mu needed to make some arrangements in advance. There were many experts on Ghost Island, but the ones that Li Mu truly feared were the third and fifth ancestors of the demonic way. When the time came, the third ancestor would be asleep. As long as the ghost servant was outside, Xianming would not be able to do anything to him. Li Mu looked at Ming Yi with a satisfied expression. He threw a bottle of pills to Ming Yi and said, "This bottle of soul-nourishing pills is for you." Ming Yi took the pills and immediately cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, my lord." His injuries had not recovered yet. This bottle of soul-nourishing pills could save him several months of bitter cultivation. Li Mu asked Ming Yi again, "What other special physiques do the demonic way need?" Ming Yi thought for a moment and said, "Pure yin, pure yang, 5 elements physique, blood evil physique, etc., have cultivation talent, or are suitable for cultivating a special cultivation method of the Sage Sect. As long as the Sage Sect gets the news, they will definitely send people to snatch them and bring them to Ghost Island to cultivate." Chapter 603. Great Zhou, Hanyang County. Hanyang County was a county on the southern coast of Great Zhou. It was far away from the power, economic, and political centers of Great Zhou. There were not many people in the county, but there were many cultivation sections. There were no major Buddhist sects here, but there were many mountains with abundant spirit qi. It was very popular among itinerant cultivators and small sections. There were more than 100 cultivator sects registered by the Hanyang County government alone. The number of people in these sects ranged from a few to more than a dozen. The largest had about 100 people, while the smallest only had a master and a disciple, each with a single disciple. As the outer sect of Fulu School, the Spirit Seal sect was one of the top 5 sects in Hanyang County. In the past few days, it had been in the limelight. The cause of the matter was that the Spirit Seal sect had recruited a genius disciple a few days ago. This disciple had a rare pure yang body. The Spirit Seal sect held a banquet to celebrate this matter. A pure yang body was a rare cultivation body. After embarking on the path of cultivation, one's cultivation would naturally progress faster than others, and it would be easier for them to break through to higher realms. It was very popular among the major sections. It could be said that as long as this disciple worked a little harder on cultivation, there was a high chance that he would become a famous figure in the cultivation world in the future. The sect master of the Spirit Seal sect was overjoyed to have such a good disciple. In less than 3 days, this matter was known by everyone in Hanyang County, and it became a topic of conversation among the local cultivators. It's just a disciple. What's there to be proud of? The sect master of the Spirit Seal sect can't wait to let the whole world know. It's easy for you to say, "This is a pure yang body." If I had a disciple with a pure yang body, I would be even more proud than the sect master of the Spirit Seal sect. The banquet would take at least half a month. Some people are born to cultivate. How enviable. The Spirit Seal sect is also lucky. The sect has a bright future. This kind of person will soon be recruited into the ancestral court of Fulu School. The status of the Spirit Seal sect will probably rise in the future. While the entire cultivation world of Hanyang County was discussing this matter, Li Mu waited silently in a room within the Spirit Seal sect. He had said that the closer one was to the south, the stronger the demonic path's influence would be and the more spies they would have. For thousands of years, the demonic path had never stopped searching for geniuses with special constitutions. After all, the memories of those demonic path powerhouses could be inherited. But one's cultivation talent depended on the host that inherited the memories. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. If he randomly found a person to accept the memories, even if he had the experience of these old monsters later on, if he did not have a high cultivation talent and was limited by his physical condition, his achievements would still not be too high. Therefore, the demonic path had extremely high requirements for the host that carried the memories of powerhouses. They would find many geniuses and gather them on the Ghost Island, providing them with unlimited cultivation resources. Only the most outstanding among them had the qualifications to carry the memories of powerhouses. A pure yang body was a special physique. Once they received news about it, the Devil Dao people would never let it go. Every time they found a special physique, they would receive generous rewards. Li Mu had already asked the head of the Spirit Seal sect to spread the news for several days. Hanyang County was filled with spies of the demonic path. This news would definitely reach the ears of the demonic path powerhouses. It was late at night. Li Mu sat cross-legged on the bed and silently closed his eyes to cultivate. After midnight, the candlelight in the room suddenly swayed. Streaks of black gas rushed in through the crack in the door. Finally, a black shadow with the outline of a human figure condensed in the room. Two balls of red light flickered where the black shadow's eyes should be. After studying Li Mu for a while, they turned into black gas again and wrapped around Li Mu. Then, they disappeared into thin air from the room. Outside the Spirit Seal sect, a young man was wrapped in black fog and was moving quickly in the night. He had already woken up from his cultivation and was extremely panicked. "Who are you? What do you want?" A gloomy voice came from the black fog. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I'm just taking you to a place." He injected a streak of black gas into the young man's body, and the young man fainted. He took the young man all the way to the south and soon flew to the seaside. Then, the black fog turned into a man in a black robe. He held the unconscious young man in one hand and took out a token from his waist with the other. His entire body turned into a stream of light and sped into the depths of the South Sea. What he did not know was that ever since he left the Spirit Seal sect, an old man had been following him and watching him silently. It was not until the sky was bright and the disciples of the Spirit Seal sect were preparing for the morning class that they realized that the new genius disciple of the sect master had not appeared. Everyone searched the entire sect, but could not find any trace of him. Not long after, the cultivation world of Hanyang County received the news that the genius with the pure yang body of the Spirit Seal sect had gone missing. For a time, the cultivation world had different opinions about this. How could a living person go missing? Could it be that some powerhouse took him away? Who wouldn't want to take such a genius as a disciple? I don't know how the sect master of the Spirit Seal sect is feeling now. If he did not make such a big fuss and kept a low profile, perhaps his precious disciple would not have gone missing. The sect master of the Spirit Seal sect became a joke in the cultivation world of Hanyang County. The disappearance of the pure yang body also became an unsolved mystery for the cultivators of Hanyang County for a long time. At the same time, in the depths of the South Sea, in an unknown sea, dark clouds covered the surface of the ocean, and strong winds stirred up waves that were hundreds of feet high. Thunderbolts could be seen exploding between the dark clouds and the surface of the ocean. Not only were human merchant ships unable to approach this place, Even cultivators with profound cultivation base would have to take a detour if they saw this place. Even in such a dangerous place, there was still a black shadow walking leisurely in it. He carried a young man and shuttled through the thunderbolts and storms. Soon, he arrived at an island shrouded in black fog. After passing through the black fog, what came into view was an island full of vitality. In the center of the island, there was a tall tower. Countless palace-like buildings were scattered around the tower. Fifth Elder. Greetings, Fifth Elder. There were figures flying around the island. When they saw the black-clothed man, they all stopped and bowed. The black-clothed man flew to the front of palace. Another person walked out of the palace. That person looked at the young man in the black-clothed man's hand and smiled. Fifth Elder, what did you find this time? The black-clothed man said, I was lucky this time. I found a pure young body. That person also looked happy. He said, a pure young body. I haven't seen one in a long time. Congratulations, Fifth Elder. However, before that, I still have to check if he has a pure young body. The black-clothed man nodded and said, of course. The man walked into the palace and came out not long after. He was holding a spirit jade in his hand. There were a few runes carved on the spirit jade. The young man was still unconscious. The man in black placed the spirit jade in his hand and controlled his fist to hold the spirit jade. In the next moment, the spiritual energy in the spiritual jade suddenly rushed into the young man's body. In a few breaths, the spiritual jade in his hand turned into a pile of powder. That person smiled and said, thank you, Fifth Elder. He really does have a pure young body. You can leave him to me. I will report this to the third ancestor. Not long after, the black-clothed man left the palace. The middle-aged man, wearing a black robe with a lotus pattern on his chest, sent a stream of spiritual energy into the young man's body. The young man's eyelashes trembled, and then he slowly woke up. Then, an extremely frightened expression appeared on his face. He said in a trembling voice, who are you people? Where's this place? Why did you bring me here? The middle-aged man was already used to this kind of panicked expression. Every genius who was brought here for the first time would have this kind of expression. He smiled and said, you should know that you have a rare, pure young body. You are one of the few cultivation geniuses. We brought you here because we want you to join us. The young man immediately said, I already have sect. I'm an outer disciple of the Fulu school. The Fulu school is one of the 6 Taoist sections. Aren't you afraid that the Fulu school will come after you for doing this? Hearing the Fulu school, the middle-aged man's face showed disdain. He said, the Fulu school is nothing. The sage sect is much stronger than them. What the Fulu school can give you, the sage sect can give you. What the Fulu school can't give you, the sage sect can give you. What you need to do is to cultivate well and raise your cultivation as soon as possible. The young man said in shock, the sage sect. You are from the demon sect. The middle-aged man said indifferently, what righteous demon sect? That's just an ignorant name. Those who call themselves righteous sects may not be clean in the dark. The young man seemed to be very repulsed by the demon sect. He said firmly, I will not join the demon sect even if I die. The middle-aged man was no longer surprised by his reaction. Countless people who had been brought here had said similar things, but it didn't take long before they changed their minds. He stretched out his right hand, and a ball of flame appeared in his palm. The flame was gray and seemed to have no temperature, but one's soul could feel a deep chill. The middle-aged man looked at the gray flame and explained, this is soul fire. It doesn't hurt the body, but it can burn the soul. As long as this flame is sent into your body, you will feel the pain of your soul burning. I don't know how long you can last. 10 breaths, 10 minutes, or 15 minutes. The young man hesitated for a moment and said, this is a threat. The middle-aged man smiled and said, this is a threat. The young man looked at him and took a deep breath. He said, Master said that cultivators must have pride. Even if I die, I can't be threatened by you demon sect people. The middle-aged man said indifferently, so you want to try? The young man shook his head and said, I have never listened to Master. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes became playful. He asked, "You mean you're willing to join the demon sect?" The young man looked at the middle-aged man and said seriously, "What demon sect?" "It's the Sage sect. From now on, I'm a member of the Sage sect." Junior greets the Sage sect senior. Chapter 604. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed, then patted Li Mu's shoulder. "It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting junior. What's your name? This seat admires you very much." Li Mu embarrassedly said, replying to senior, "This one is Li Si." The middle-aged man beckoned to a servant and said, "Bring Li Si to Earth's summit and choose a dwelling." Li Mu followed the servant and left the main hall, flying towards a mountain peak in the distance. In order to not be discovered, Li Mu sealed the majority of his cultivation within his body. As one of the main altars of the demonic path, Ghost Island had countless experts. He did not dare to release his divine sense to explore. If he was discovered by some old monster, this operation could only be declared a failure. A moment later, Li Mu was brought to a mountain peak by the servant. This mountain was rich in spiritual chi. There were many palace-like buildings on the peak, and at the very front was a large square. Many people were sparring in the square, and when they saw someone flying over, they all looked over. Another newcomer. I wonder what sort of monster it is this time. Although his cultivation is only at the 4th realm, he's from Earth's summit. His cultivation talent must not be bad. It looks like we'll have another competitor in the future. It's not just one. A few days ago, the woman that Lord 5th Ancestor personally brought back was actually living in First Hall. I wonder what sort of ability she has to be valued so highly by Lord 5th Ancestor. Li Mu had already learned from the servant who brought him here that the mountain peaks on the island were divided into 4 grades according to the abundance of spirit chi, heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Among them, the heaven peak was where the Elders Immortal's cave residences were located. For a newcomer to be arranged at the earth peak, it was already considered very generous treatment. His gaze swept over the several figures in the square. These people were not very old, about the same age as him. However, the weakest of them was already at the peak of the 4th realm, and there were even some whose auras were no weaker than the 5th realm elders of the Fulu school. If any of these people were placed outside, they would be no weaker than the core disciples of the various large sections. In fact, they might even surpass them. No wonder the demonic path was able to dominate the continent for thousands of years. They had kidnapped a massive number of cultivation geniuses to ensure a steady stream of new blood. The servant led Li Mu through the main hall and came to a Dao palace. He said, "This is where you will be cultivating. Someone will bring you the cultivation resources you need later." With that, the servant bowed to Li Mu and turned to leave. Li Mu held the token in his hand. When he walked into the Dao Palace, the token flashed and the doors to the Dao Palace opened automatically. Li Mu walked in and found that the interior of the Dao Palace was an exquisite little courtyard. There was a garden, a fountain, a fake mountain, and a pond. There was everything one could think of. Cultivating here would make one feel very happy. In addition, the spiritual energy inside the Dao Palace was many times denser than outside. Cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating outside for half a month. If one had enough spiritual jades, one's cultivation speed would be even faster. There was no doubt that there was a large-scale spirit gathering formation under the mountain. Maintaining this spirit gathering formation required a huge amount of spiritual jades. In order to quickly raise the cultivation of these geniuses, the demonic path had spent a lot of money. The geniuses outside thought that the demonic path had taken a fancy to their talent. Little did they know that the demonic path had taken a fancy to their bodies. The higher their talent, the faster their cultivation would break through, and the closer they would be to death. Li Mu sat cross-legged on a prayer mat in the courtyard, calculating the next step of his plan. He had originally wanted to take advantage of the 3 days the demonic path's 3 ancestors were avoiding tribulation to sneak into Ghost Island and find Princess Linglong of Yong and escape with her. However, his plan had gone awry. The demonic path's fifth elder had appeared later than he had expected. Today was the second day the demonic path's three ancestors were avoiding tribulation. After tomorrow, he would come out of seclusion. He would have to wait another month for his next opportunity. When he was outside, Li Mu had inadvertently heard news of Princess Linglong. She was in the first Earth Hall, which was also within the mountain. He had to find a way to get in touch with her. Li Mu stayed in the courtyard for a while before someone from the demon sect delivered spiritual jades to him. There were several dozen pieces of spiritual jades, all of which were high grade. He hadn't even made any contributions to the demon sect, yet he was able to receive resources that not even the core disciples of large sects could easily obtain. It seemed that the demon sect was simply raising these geniuses like pigs. They didn't need to do anything other than cultivate. When the time was right, they would be greeted with a blade. After accepting the spiritual jades, Li Mu went outside. There were still many people sparring in the courtyard. A youth in his early 20s walked over and asked Li Mu, "Newcomer, what is your name and where are you from?" Li Mu revealed a good-natured smile and replied, "Li Si, from the Great Zhou, Hanyang County." The youth also took the initiative to introduce himself. "My name is Jiang Zhua, from the state of Liang." After a simple introduction, the youth asked again, "You've just arrived and you've already moved into the Earth Hall. What is your constitution?" Li Mu replied, "Pure Yang." The youth's face revealed a look of realization. He said, "I see. This kind of constitution is rare. No wonder you can cultivate in the ninth hall." Li Mu pretended to be curious and asked, "What ninth hall? Is there a saying?" The youth said, "Of course there is. You just arrived and didn't know. The rarer the constitution, the higher the Tao Palace, and the more abundant the spiritual energy. Of course, if your cultivation speed is fast enough, you're also qualified to cultivate in the Tao Palaces in front." Li Mu was naturally aware of this. The demon sect chose powerful cultivators to host their memories with the same constitution. This way, after the memories were passed on, they would be able to familiarize themselves with their new body in the shortest amount of time. He looked at the Tao Palace in front and asked, "The person living in the first Tao Palace must have the rarest constitution, or the strongest person, right?" The youth shook his head and said, "I don't know. She just arrived here 10 days ago and has never left. No one knows where she came from. We are also curious." As the two of them were talking, a few figures suddenly descended from the sky. When the people in the square saw this, they all stopped fighting. After standing still, they respectfully said, "Greetings, fifth forefather, elders." Li Mu also followed their example and bowed. When a woman in white with a face like an iceberg walked towards the Tao Palace in front, she suddenly stopped and looked at a figure in the crowd. She said lightly, "Raise your head." In the crowd, a young man raised his head. He looked a little nervous and said respectfully, "Greetings, fifth forefather." Before the woman in white could speak, the middle-aged man that Li Mu met in the hall took the initiative to explain, "Fifth forefather, this person was just brought in by the fifth elder today. He is a genius with a pure yang body." The woman in white glanced at Li Mu and did not ask any more questions. She turned and walked into the Tao Palace. Li Mu looked nervous, but he was more nervous than he looked. He used a secret technique from the heavenly book to seal his cultivation. Even his aura was changed. In theory, unless the three forefathers of the demonic way directly checked his body, no one on the demonic island could see through his cultivation. However, he could not rule out the possibility that Xian Ming had fought with him and might be able to sense something. Only when she turned her head did Li Mu secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Xian Ming and the others walked into the Tao Palace where Princess Linglong was. In less than a quarter of an hour, they came out again. She stood at the entrance of the Tao Palace and said to the middle-aged man, "I will give you 3 more days. After 3 days, if she still does not agree, you will receive your punishment." The middle-aged man said respectfully, "Understood." It was not until Xian Ming left that he showed a worried expression. At this time, Li Mu came up and asked in a low voice, "Senior, who lives in there?" The middle-aged man looked at Li Mu and sighed, "If only everyone was as sensible as you." Limu could roughly guess that this elder of the demonic way was in charge of the newcomers who had just entered the sect. This included the examination of aptitude and persuasion of those who were stubborn and unwilling to submit. Limu continued to ask, "The people in there, are they unwilling to submit to the sage sect?" The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It has been half a month. That woman's temper is really more stubborn than a stone." Limu thought for a moment and asked, "Senior, do you want me to persuade her?" The middle-aged man glanced at him. "You?" Limu said confidently, "I don't have any other skills, but when it comes to coaxing women, I have never been convinced by anyone. As long as it is a woman, no matter if it is a pure young girl or a passionate young woman, I have a way to deal with them." This pure young body was indeed different from the other newcomers he had seen. He was smart and sensible. Perhaps he could really solve this problem for him. The middle-aged man looked at Limu with bright eyes and said, "If you can make her submit to the sage sect, I will use my own resources to help you reach the 5th realm. Senior, you can rest assured that I will handle it." Limu smiled and walked toward Dao Palace number 1 as he said, "Just wait for my good news." Chapter 605. After walking a few steps, Limu walked back and asked the middle-aged man, "Elder, what is the background of the woman inside? Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Junior needs to understand her identity." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "She is the princess of Yong. She has a special constitution that is of great use to the sage sect." A moment later, under the gaze of the elder, Limu strode into the palace at the very front with his head held high. The doors to the palace were tightly shut. Limu glanced back. The elder waved his sleeve, and the doors slowly opened. Limu walked into the palace and looked back again. The elder hesitated for a moment, then waved his sleeve again, and the heavy stone doors slowly closed. He patiently waited in the plaza. Regardless of whether Li Si planned to persuade her or sleep with her, as long as he could make her agree to work for the sage sect, he did not care about the process. After the stone doors closed, Limu gazed ahead. This was a courtyard that was even more spacious than the place where he cultivated. The decorations and furnishings within the courtyard were more abundant and exquisite. There was a pavilion in the middle of the courtyard, with a carved stone table and a stone bench. A woman sat on the bench, her back facing Limu. As Limu approached her, he slowly said, "Miss, you are under someone else's roof. Why bother?" The woman did not even glance at Limu, coldly replying, "I will not wallow in the mire with the devil's sect. You don't need to waste your breath. Get out. This place does not welcome anyone." Limu coldly snorted and said, "Do you think you are still the princess of Yong? Let me tell you, this is the sage sect's territory. If you are unwilling to submit to the sage sect, you will suffer in the future. Do you know what it feels like to have your soul burned?" As he spoke, Limu had already walked into the pavilion and placed a hand on the woman's shoulder. The woman's body trembled, and her magic leaked out. She angrily said, "What are you doing? Don't touch me." However, in the next moment, her expression froze as a voice rang out in her mind. "Listen, I'm an official of the Great Zhou. This time, I'm here on the orders of the Empress of the Great Zhou to rescue you from Ghost Island. From now on, pretend that you don't know my identity. Don't reveal any flaws. I'll come find you again." As these words rang in her mind, Princess Linglong's beautiful eyes widened. Soon after, her face regained its coldness and said without fear, "Cut the crap. If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to torture me, then torture me." Limu revealed a gratified look. This Princess Linglong indeed had an exquisite heart. Although there were still some flaws in her acting, there were only the two of them here, and no one else could see it. That demonipath elder was definitely paying attention to this place. Now was not the right time to explain everything to her. Limu took his hand off her shoulder and said, "I'll give you one more day to think about it. After one day, if you still don't submit to the holy sect, I'll let you have a taste of my means." With that, he strode out of the palace. In the plaza, the ninth elder asked him, "How is it?" Limu shook his head and said, Dripping water can wear stone. It's not the work of a day. Elder, don't worry. Within 3 days, I'll definitely convince her to change her mind and have her wholeheartedly swear loyalty to the holy sect. As this matter concerned him, the ninth elder was not at ease. He continued to ask, "How do you plan on convincing her?" Li Mu replied, "First I'll use the hard approach, then I'll use the soft approach." The ninth elder pursued, "How do you plan on using the hard approach first, then the soft approach?" Li Mu thought for a moment, then said, "Since she's not afraid of death, then we'll use her family to threaten her. Tell her that if she doesn't agree, we'll exterminate her young imperial family." The ninth elder revealed a disappointed expression. If this kind of threat was effective against her, would it even be your turn? Li Mu thought for a moment, then said, "Then I'll use the soft approach. I can use my male charms to seduce her. Once she falls in love with me, she'll be at my mercy. Naturally, she'll pledge allegiance to the holy sect with a single word from me." The ninth elder glanced at him and rudely said, "Who do you think you are to make a princess fall in love with you in 3 days?" Li Mu proudly said, "I have confidence in myself. If I use my full strength, I can easily capture the Empress of the Great Zhou, the Queen of 10,000 Demons, or even the Ghost Lord of the Ghost Realm, let alone a trifling princess of Yong." The ninth elder took a deep breath and said, "I hope you have the ability. I'll wait for your good news." The ninth elder was at his wits' end when it came to the Yong princess. The third ancestor had said that he couldn't use torture on her, or else he would destroy her 7 orifices exquisite heart. However, if he didn't use torture, he didn't have any good ideas. At this moment, he could only try everything he could and place his hopes on the person in front of him. Although he was full of arrogant words, it couldn't be denied that he was handsome and handsome. Perhaps he really did have a glimmer of hope. As for his talk of capturing the Empress of the Great Zhou, the Queen of 10,000 Demons, and the Ghost Lord, the ninth elder only treated it as a joke. Who did he think he was? The continent's #1 Xiaobai face, the Great Zhou's powerful minister, Li Mu? The ninth elder gave Li Mu 3 days to convince Princess Linglong. He also gave Li Mu a command medallion that could open the stone door to the Dao Palace she resided in. Li Mu didn't appear to be in a rush. After sleeping peacefully for the night, he once again headed for Dao Palace #1. At this moment, Princess Linglong, who hadn't slept the entire night, was sitting in a pavilion within the Dao Palace's courtyard. She appeared somewhat haggard. Half a month ago, that white-clothed woman had descended upon the Yong kingdom. Her father, grandfather, and great-grandfather had all been defeated by her. Yong's heavenly tomes had been stolen, and she had been captured and brought here. She had been surrounded by demonic cultivators. She had tried to escape several times, but every time she had been captured before she could leave this mountain peak. It was absolutely impossible for her to pledge allegiance to the demonic cultivators and decipher the heavenly tomes for them. After running out of hope, she thought of committing suicide. As long as she died, the demonic cultivators would no longer be able to force her. However, just as she had made this decision in her despair, the Great Zhou official who had infiltrated this place gave her hope. Although the Great Zhou was the sovereign state of the Yong kingdom, Princess Linglong hadn't expected that the Great Zhou would actually send someone to infiltrate this place for her sake. After being here for half a month, she already knew that there were countless experts here. Not only was there that terrifying white-clothed woman, there were also 8th-level experts. Even if the Empress of the Great Zhou came here, she probably wouldn't be able to rescue her. Compared to having another person die in vain, she would much rather have that Great Zhou official never come here. Rumble. The stone doors of the Dao Palace slowly opened and then slowly closed. The young man who had been here yesterday once again appeared before her eyes. As Li Mu walked towards Princess Linglong, he asked, "A day has already passed. What's wrong? Have you thought it through?" Princess Linglong's voice was still cold. "Even if I die, I won't do anything for the demonic cultivators." Li Mu walked in front of her and shook his head. "You're such a beautiful young lady. It would be a pity if you died. Think about it again. As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Princess Linglong. Princess Linglong immediately understood and extended her small hand to hold Li Mu's hand. This way, the two of them could directly transmit their voices through their bodies and not be heard by anyone else. Princess Linglong transmitted her voice with some uncertainty. "Sir, are you really an official of the Great Zhou?" Li Mu replied. "Other than the officials of the Great Zhou, who else would come to save you? I know everything that happened in the state of Yong. This time, I've come to save you." Princess Linglong took a deep breath and continued transmitting her voice. "This place is filled with experts of the demonic cultivators. You can't save me. You'll only throw your life away." This young lady clearly didn't believe in his strength. Li Mu shot a glance at her and asked, "Then I'll leave?" The faint light in Princess Linglong's eyes dimmed. She nodded and said, "You can leave. If you can return alive, can you make a trip to the state of Yong and tell father and grandfather that Linglong didn't do anything to let them down?" Li Mu said indifferently, "Since I'm already here, I, Li Mu, am not someone who gives up halfway." Princess Linglong suddenly raised her head, her eyes radiating light. She said in disbelief, "Sir, you are Li Mu, Lord Li?" Li Mu looked at her and asked, "You know of me?" Princess Linglong immediately replied, "Of course. Who doesn't know of Lord Li? He helped the Empress pacify the Great Zhou, dealt a heavy blow to the demonic cultivators, established an alliance with the Yao state and the Ghost Realm, and established the peace of the Zhou continent for thousands of years. Many of the officials of the state of Yong view him as a role model." When Princess Linglong spoke of these things, her eyes were filled with light. Li Mu didn't expect that the person he wanted to save would be his own little fangirl. Even though he was thick-skinned, he still felt somewhat embarrassed and said, "You flatter me. You flatter me." Princess Linglong's hand, which was holding on to Li Mu, trembled. She nervously asked, "Sir, are you really Lord Li?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Because I had to sneak into the Ghost Island to save you, I changed my appearance." Princess Linglong's face was filled with anticipation. She asked, "Lord Li, can I ask you a question?" Li Mu knew what she was worried about and said, "Don't worry. I said that I would save you, so I will definitely save you." Princess Linglong shook her head and said, "I want to ask you, are you and Her Majesty really lovers?" Chapter 606. Li Mu thought that Princess Linglong wanted to ask him some questions. He did not expect that she was not only his fan, but also his and the Empress's CP fan. Looking at her expectant eyes, Li Mu nodded and said, "Yes." "That's great, I knew it." Princess Linglong's eyes lit up, and then she asked, "Then the rumors say that you and the Queen of Demons." Li Mu coughed and said, "That's not a rumor. So, you're really the Empress of the Demon Kingdom?" This, Princess Linglong seemed to have confirmed it, and continued to ask, "Then the Lord of the Ghost Realm must be your lover, right?" This was something that even Phantom Princess did not know. Li Mu was shocked. "You know this too?" Princess Linglong said embarrassedly, "It's just my guess. The Great Zhou has never formed an alliance with the Ghost Realm before. This is the first time in history. I think that other than you, no one else has this ability. Coincidentally, you were not in the Immortal's capital at that time, and the Lord of the Ghost Realm was a woman." Hearing Princess Linglong's reasoning, Li Mu was speechless. Finally, he could not help but ask, "Even if the Lord of the Ghost Realm is a woman, does that mean that she must be my lover?" Princess Linglong stuck out her tongue and said, "Didn't I guess it right?" Li Mu had to admit that the heart of 7 orifices was indeed the heart of 7 orifices. Her guess was really accurate. This gossip fan of the Yong Kingdom knew him better than he knew himself. Li Mu waved his hand and said, "All right, the most important thing now is to get you out of here." Princess Linglong calmed down and asked worriedly, "This place is so heavily guarded, and there are experts like the woman in white. How are we going to leave this place?" "You don't have to worry about that. Since I can come here, I have a way to get you out of here." Li Mu comforted her, and then changed the topic, saying, "But it was not easy for us to sneak into the demonic path. If we just leave like this, it would be a pity. Do you want to do something big with me?" Princess Linglong raised her head to look at him and asked, "How?" A strange smile appeared on Li Mu's face as he sent a message to Princess Linglong. Not long after, Princess Linglong's eyes flashed with a sly light. Li Mu had been looking forward to the demonic path high command for a long time. They wanted the heavenly book in Li Mu's hands. How could Li Mu not want theirs? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The demonic Tao had collected the heavenly book for 10,000 years, and they would definitely not show it to anyone easily, unless this person could help them decipher it. And if they wanted Princess Linglong to decipher the heavenly book for them, they would first have to hand it over to her. Handing it over to her was equivalent to handing it over to Li Mu. As long as the heavenly book was in Li Mu's hands, it would be impossible for the demon sect to take it back. Li Mu stayed for a while longer before returning to his residence. Not long after, the ninth elder of the demon sect came uninvited. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he asked directly, "How was it?" Li Mu's face revealed a look of confidence as he said, "Although she hasn't done so yet, I think by tomorrow at the latest, she will definitely give in." The ninth elder thought for a while and asked, "You slept with her?" "Not yet." Li Mu explained, "I only threatened her. If she didn't agree to work for the sage sect, I would sleep with her tomorrow. She would rather die than give in, saying that she would commit suicide if that happened. I said that even if she became a ghost, I could still sleep with her. I would even refine her body into a spiritual corpse so that I could sleep with two of her." She seemed to be a little scared. The ninth elder looked at Li Mu in shock. Even he did not expect that Li Si could be so cruel. After being humiliated in life, there would be no peace after death. Even if he was an elder of the demonic path, he felt that this was too cruel. He looked straight at Li Mu and said meaningfully, "You little brat, you really were born to be a member of the sage sect." Li Mu sighed at his heart. He had no other choice. Princess Linglong was such an unyielding woman. If he could persuade her with just a few words, the demon sect would definitely suspect that they were colluding. He could only try his best to pretend that he was a pervert to dispel their suspicions. For cultivators, the death of their physical body was not the end. Instead, it was the beginning of a great fear. Any cultivator could understand this fear. The next morning, the ninth elder came to Li Mu's courtyard again. His face was full of smiles as he said, "She has already agreed to work for the sage sect. You really are something." Li Mu said embarrassedly, "Thank you for the praise, ninth elder. You promised me." The ninth elder waved his sleeve, and a bottle of pills flew over. Li Mu reached out and caught it. The ninth elder's face showed some pain as he said, "This bottle of pills was originally prepared by me to increase my mana. For you, I refined it again and diluted the medicinal power. Take one pill every day and use it carefully. If there are no accidents, you will be able to break through to the 5th level in a month." Li Mu pretended to be ecstatic and said, "Thank you, ninth elder." The ninth elder waved his hand and said, "Let's put the matter of the pills aside for now. Come with me." Li Mu asked, "Where to?" The ninth elder looked at him and smiled meaningfully. He said, "Princess Linglong has agreed to work for the sage sect. However, there is one condition. You must accompany her for a month." Li Mu heard this, and his face changed. He immediately said, "Ninth elder, this can't be. This can't be. I said a lot of things to her yesterday. She will kill me." The ninth elder shook his head and said, "Don't worry. At most, you will suffer a little. You won't die." Li Mu shook his head again and again. His voice was trembling. "Ninth elder, you can't do this. I have contributed to the sage sect. I have contributed to the sage sect." The ninth elder said helplessly, "This is the order of the 5th elder. No one can go against it. You should come with me." After saying this, he put his hand on Li Mu's shoulder. The two of them disappeared and reappeared in the square outside. In the square, Princess Linglong was already standing there. She held a long whip in her hand and stared at Li Mu. Her eyes were burning with humiliation. The ninth elder looked at Li Mu with pity and said, "You may suffer a little. Bear with it and it will be over. The sage sect will compensate you in the future." After saying that, he gently raised his hand and Li Mu flew towards Princess Linglong involuntarily. Whoosh! The long whip in Princess Linglong's hand was swung over without hesitation. A whip mark appeared on Li Mu's clothes. After that, she shook her hand slightly, and the sky was filled with whip shadows. They all landed on Li Mu. On the Earth Peak, many of the demon sect geniuses saw this scene and could not help but shiver. What's going on? Fighting is forbidden on the island. Why doesn't the ninth elder do anything? Where did this girl come from? How could she not follow the sect's rules? This girl is not to be trifled with. I must stay away from her in the future. Seeing that the new genius was being beaten up by this girl alone, none of the elders stepped forward. The rest of the people felt a chill in their hearts. They had already listed her as an existence not to be trifled with. Only a few elders knew the inside story. This kid looked handsome and elegant, but his thoughts were cruel and perverted. However, if he had not angered this girl, she would not have agreed to war for the sage sect so quickly. It had to be said that this pure young body was even more demonic than the demonic path. He was born to be a disciple of the sage sect. Not long after, the young man was lying on the ground like a pile of mud. Princess Linglong's chest rose and fell for a long time before she gradually calmed down. The hatred in her eyes disappeared a little. She said to the girl in white floating in the air, "Give me the heavenly book." The girl in white waved her hand, and a page of the heavenly book flew over slowly and landed in her palm. Princess Linglong asked, "This is only one page." The girl in white said, "We will talk about the rest after you finish deciphering this page." Princess Linglong frowned and said, "If I ask you to do only one thing for 24 hours a day, you will also be annoyed. I can only decipher one page of the heavenly book for 4 hours at most. In order to finish it as soon as possible, you better give it all to me." The girl in white did not agree. Princess Linglong said disdainfully, "Are you afraid that I will run away with the heavenly book? What a joke. This is your place. With you a few 7th-level cultivators and an 8th-level cultivator. If I had the ability to escape from here, would I still be caught by you?" The girl in white still did not say anything. Instead, 2 rays of light flew over from the tower in the center of the island. When the rays of light flew close, they turned into 2 pages and landed in Princess Linglong's palm. Since the 3rd Grandmaster had already decided, the girl in white did not say anything. She only looked at Princess Linglong and said, "During the period of deciphering the heavenly book, if you have any requests, you can ask at any time." Princess Linglong said, "I don't have any requests. Just don't bother me. If I am annoyed, I will not be able to decipher the heavenly book." The girl in white said, "From now on, no one will disturb you. However, every 3 days, you have to engrave the contents of the heavenly book into a jade scroll and send it out." Princess Linglong nodded and did not say anything else. She bent down and grabbed Li Mu by the collar and dragged him into the palace, leaving a clear trail of blood along the way. Seeing this, the group of demonic cultivators could not help but speak. So pitiful. If someone marries such a woman, he will spend the rest of his life in a nightmare. Fortunately, I did not offend her. Boom! When the stone door of the palace closed, everyone's heart tightened. Elder Gio could not bear it and said to the girl in white, "5th Grandmaster, isn't this unfair to Li Si?" Xianming's expression was cold as he said, "The heavenly book is important. We will compensate him in the future." Chapter 607. The stone door of Princess Linglong's cultivation palace slowly closed. She dragged Li Mu by the collar and walked into the main hall at the back. Then, the 2 figures disappeared on the spot. On the ghost island, on the high tower, Xianming looked at the 3rd ancestor and said, "She entered the flask space." The 3rd ancestor said slowly, "It's absolutely quiet there. It's good for her to comprehend the heavenly book. Let her be. She can't escape from our hands." Xianming nodded and asked, "Should we inform them to send the rest of the heavenly books?" The 3rd ancestor shook his head and said, "No need to rush. Let's wait until she finishes deciphering the 3 pages of the heavenly book. Is there any news about Feng Yi? Xian Ming said. The spies of the Ghost Realm said that Feng Yi has become the subordinate of the Ghost Lord. The third ancestor thought for a moment and said, that person has the sun-shooting bow. We can't blame him. When the time is right, I'll personally go to the Ghost Realm and help him escape. When the sun-shooting bow was mentioned, even the third ancestor of the demonic path showed a trace of fear in his sunken eyes. Even in his 10,000 years of memories, the three words sun-shooting bow were the most terrifying. There was no other. The black dragon Ao Xian, who was once a nobody, became the nightmare of an entire generation of powerhouses in the continent with this bow. At this moment, in Princess Linglong's storage space, she touched Li Mu's body in a panic and said in a trembling voice, Lordly, are you okay? Did I hit you too hard just now? I should have been gentler. I'm fine. If you didn't hit me hard, they might not have believed you. There was a price to be paid for being a spy. Li Mu knew this better than anyone else. It was easier said than done to dispel the suspicions of these old monsters of the demonic path. Without paying a price, how could he gain their trust? Compared to the 3 pages of the heavenly book, this injury was nothing. After all, it was not like he had never experienced something like this before. Princess Linglong's storage space was not big. It was only the size of a small house. Li Mu could not wait to take the page of the heavenly book from her hand and immersed his divine will into it. This was the first time he had obtained a demonic heavenly book. After the clear heart art dispelled the fog in front of him, Li Mu saw an endless sea. However, this sea was blood-red, and countless strange beasts were struggling in the sea of blood. One after another, blood-colored figures hovered above the sea of blood. The seals in their hands were constantly changing, causing the sea of blood to stir up waves, completely devouring the strange beasts within. Above the blood sea, there were also some strange beasts with wings on their backs. They let out ear-piercing cries and charged toward the crowd above the blood sea. The crowd frantically attacked this strange beast, but it was to no avail. In the end, countless figures flew out. Their bodies turned into balls of bloody light that wrapped around the strange beast. Then, both of them sank into the sea of blood and disappeared without a trace. Li Mu carefully observed the divine arts of those figures and realized that they were very similar to Xuehe's moves. The only difference was that Xuehe used this kind of spell to slaughter the innocent, while the cultivators in the heavenly book didn't hesitate to sacrifice themselves to perish together with the strange beasts. Divine arts were not divided into good and evil. The so-called good and evil referred to the people who used them. This page of the heavenly book recorded a kind of cultivation path that condensed one's own blood essence. The cultivators who cultivated this path used their blood essence as a guide to control the blood essence of others. It was a kind of unorthodox path. The demonic blood sect should have inherited this page of the heavenly book. However, the blood sect was not in the ancestral state. Other than Xue, Li Mu almost never met anyone from the blood sect. Li Mu continued to observe the scene in the heavenly book. The blood Dao divine arts were very good at 2 things. The first was the blood escape technique. By burning part of one's own blood essence, one could obtain unparalleled speed. It was a powerful, life-saving technique. The second was the blood explosion technique. By burning all of one's blood essence, one could perish together with the enemy. If the timing was right, one could drag an enemy who is a realm higher than oneself to death with them. Every path of cultivation had its weaknesses and strengths. The weakness of the blood Dao divine arts was that using spells would consume one's blood essence. However, the advantage was also obvious. Every opponent of the blood Dao divine arts had to be careful in the process of battle to prevent the blood Dao divine arts cultivator from perishing together with them. In the heavenly book, there were too many strange beasts, and they were too powerful. These blood Dao divine arts cultivators all chose to use the blood explosion technique to perish together with them. Many years ago, the ancient blood Dao divine arts cultivators fought with the strange beasts to the death. Now, the inheritors of the blood Dao divine arts were endangering the continent. If these ancestors knew about this, how would they feel? When Li Mu sat cross-legged on the ground to comprehend the heavenly book, Princess Ling Long squatted beside him. She took out a handkerchief from her bosom and wanted to wipe the blood on him. However, she was worried that if she went out, she would arouse suspicion. So, she stretched out her hand several times before finally retracting it. After an unknown period of time, Li Mu slowly opened his eyes. Princess Ling Long curiously asked, "Lord Li, do you also possess the heart of 7 orifices?" Li Mu did not deny it. Looking at Princess Ling Long's face, he suddenly asked, "Have we met before?" Princess Ling Long repeatedly waved her hands. No, I have never left the Yong Kingdom before. How could you possibly have seen me before?" Li Mu did not ask any further. Waving his hand, he said, "You are a princess. There is no need to address me so respectfully." A princess of the Yong Kingdom was still a princess. Li Mu was a subject of the Great Zhou. According to etiquette, unless he became the true empress, her status was still higher. Princess Ling Long thought for a moment before gathering her courage. "You should be older than me. Can I call you Big Brotherly?" At this moment, Li Mu felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. What sisters did he have around him? In the end, they all became lovers. The Empress had already made him write a small notebook. Li Mu did not dare to casually acknowledge any sisters. At this moment, Princess Ling Long continued, "Big Brotherly, can I? I like you and Her Majesty the Empress the most." Since the CP fan had already said so, Li Mu had no reason to refuse. If the Empress knew that the two of them had such a CP fan, she would probably be very happy. Li Mu shrugged his shoulders and said, "If you want to call me that, then call me that." Princess Ling Long immediately laughed. Grabbing Li Mu's arm, she said, "Big Brotherly, I really did not expect that you would come to save me. Before you came, I was already prepared to commit suicide." Princess Ling Long's age was about the same as Xiao Bai and Wanwan. Li Mu treated her like how he treated Xiao Bai normally. He gently patted her head and said, "Don't worry. Wait for another month, and I will bring you away." Li Mu handed the Blood Dao Heavenly Book to her and said, "This page of the Heavenly Book, you can comprehend some of the less powerful abilities. When the time comes, you can deal with them." The demonic Dao was also cautious. They wanted her to give feedback every 3 days. It was obviously impossible for her to not give anything after 3 days. Li Mu used Blood River's memories to filter out some of the things that the demonic Dao had already comprehended. At that time, they would not be able to say anything. After that, Li Mu picked up another page of the Heavenly Book. After his divine will entered the Heavenly Book, Li Mu realized that the contents of the Heavenly Book were not unfamiliar to him. This page of the Heavenly Book recorded the corpse cultivation Dao, which was the Dao that Xianming cultivated. At the same time, the corpse sex orthodoxy was passed down from this page of the Heavenly Book. In ancient times, as long as it was in existence with self-awareness, it had its own Dao of cultivation. The corpse Dao was on par with the ghost Dao, the demonic Dao, and the human Dao. It was a supreme great Dao that could nurture a 9th realm expert. This page of the Heavenly Book was no less useful to the cultivation world than the demonic Dao. The ghost Dao Heavenly Book was even more valuable than the heavenly books of the 6 sections. For thousands of years, these heavenly books were controlled by the demonic Dao. As a result, most of the corpse cultivators and blood cultivators came from the demonic Dao. This caused the originally undifferentiated Dao to become the demonic Dao in people's hearts. The contents of the corpse Dao Heavenly Book were not much different from the rest of the heavenly books. Through the contents of the Heavenly Book, Li Mu already knew that during the era of the giant beasts, there was no distinction between the demonic Dao and the righteous Dao. Whether it was the corpse Dao, the ghost Dao, the demonic Dao, or the human Dao experts, they were all fighting hard against the mutated beasts. After the extinction of the mutated beasts, the living beings on the continent began to fight amongst themselves. The human Dao gradually evolved into the Buddhist Dao, the Taoist Dao, and the 100 schools of thought, which opposed the demonic Dao and the Ghost Tao. The Corpse Tao, the Blood Tao, and a portion of the Ghost Tao became the Demonic Tao. Today, Limu unified the 4 Buddhist sects, the 5 Taoist sects, the Demonic Tao, and the Ghost Tao. If he had 1 or 2 more 8th Realm experts, he would be able to suppress the Xuanzong sect and fight against the Demonic Tao. Not long after, Limu put down this page of the Heavenly Book. When he turned to look at Princess Linglong, he saw that she was holding the last page of the Heavenly Book. Her face was red, and he wondered what she had seen. Limu patted her shoulder gently. She seemed to be frightened and hurriedly threw the Heavenly Book in her hand to the ground. Limu picked it up and immersed his consciousness into it. After a while, his old face was a little red, and he immediately withdrew his consciousness. Part of the content of this page of the Heavenly Book was about the Tao of dual cultivation between a man and a woman. The Hahuan sect of the demonic Tao probably originated from this. If the Tao of dual cultivation were to be shown in an image, the visual impact would be quite big. Ordinary innocent girls would find it hard to control themselves. Limu was different. Limu had experience in this kind of thing, so he could definitely read it with a learning attitude. Princess Linglong sat cross-legged in front of Limu. Her face was red, and her hands were clasped together as if she didn't know where to put them. Limu comforted her by saying, "You're still young. The content of this page of the Heavenly Book is not suitable for you to read. Let me do it." After saying that, Limu immersed his consciousness into the page again. The style of this page of the Heavenly Book was different from what Limu had seen before. Ordinary people who didn't have any experience, or whose temperament was not enough, would often find it hard to control themselves. Limu looked at it with a learning attitude for a while, and soon discovered that this page of the Heavenly Book didn't only contain the Tao of dual cultivation. Other than that, it also contained part of the array, illusion, charm, and various other mystiques. Among them, there was a mysterious array that Limu had never seen before that caught his attention. A few key positions of this array were filled with huge supreme grade spiritual jades. A few extremely old men, who looked like they could die at any time, sat cross-legged in the array. With the activation of the array, those supreme grade spiritual jades instantly turned into dust. At the same time, above the array, a black whirlpool appeared. As the whirlpool continued to spin, the wrinkles on the foreheads of the few old men in the array began to reduce rapidly. The dark spots on their faces gradually disappeared, and their snow-white hair began to return to black from the roots. Chapter 608. Seeing this scene, Limu's eyes suddenly narrowed. This was a lifespan extension method. The appearance of these old men was very similar to the Tianjizi that Limu had seen before. This was a sign that their lifespan was nearing its end and they were about to die. But through this formation, they seemed to have regained some of their lost lifespan. This was the lifespan extension method that Limu had been longing for a long time. The lifespan extension method of the demonic path was hidden in this page of the Heavenly Book. Limu carefully observed this formation, and gradually more information poured into his mind. This formation was called the Sky Stealing Formation, which meant to steal the lost lifespan from the Heavenly Tao. The formation was extremely complicated, and the resources consumed each time were immeasurable. But the function of the formation was also obvious. It could extend the lifespan of a cultivator who was nearing the end of his lifespan by another 60 years. Most cultivators would be willing to pay any price for this. In addition, Limu also saw the memory inheritance method that the demonic path experts had been using. Obviously, unlike the lifespan extension method, the memory inheritance method had been widely spread on the continent. Many cultivators outside the demonic path, such as the White Emperor and Ghost Servants, were using this method to continue their inheritance. However, the White Emperor failed. The demon corpse had its own intelligence and was tricked by Limu into giving up the White Emperor's memory. Now, it was unknown where it was hiding to cultivate. There were not many combat abilities in this page of the Heavenly Book, but these unorthodox methods, such as dual cultivation, lifespan extension, memory inheritance, and so on, were often more useful than combat abilities. Li Mu exhaled lightly, closed his eyes, and continued to comprehend. Ghost Island, Earth Peak. Several demonic path geniuses were sparring in the square. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk somewhere in the Tao Palace. A stone door suddenly opened, and a bloody hand stretched out from behind the stone door. A young man, covered in blood, slowly crawled out, but he only crawled out half of his body before he was dragged back by the people behind the door. In the square, someone's throat moved, and he could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. So miserable. You can't judge a book by its cover. That woman looks gentle and quiet, but I didn't expect her to be so perverse and violent. That pure young body, I'm afraid it bodes ill. It's none of our business. Continue. Days passed by just like that. The people of the Earth Peak were already used to some strange occurrences. That woman was obviously of great use to the sage sect. Therefore, even if she brought that pure young body genius in for torture every day, the elders would turn a blind eye to it. Within Li Mu's palace, he lay weakly on his bed and said to the ninth elder, "Ninth elder, I really can't hold on any longer." The ninth elder handed him a bottle of healing elixirs and said, "Hold on a little longer. After this period of time, your future will be bright. The sage sect will remember your contribution. When the time comes, you will receive a lot of benefits." Li Mu asked expectantly, "What benefits? I've suffered so much for Glory's sect and bled so much. Can Glory's sect help me enter the 6th level?" The ninth elder's eyes flashed. After getting along with him for nearly a month, he admired this junior very much. He was clever, talented, and could endure hardship. There weren't many people like him in the sage sect. The ninth elder even thought of taking him as a disciple. After a moment of silence, he said, "After entering the 5th level, your cultivation must slow down. It's best if you don't break through within 10 years. Li Mu was puzzled and asked why. The ninth elder shook his head and said, "There's no why. Just remember my words. I won't harm you." With that, he turned and left. Li Mu looked at his departing figure with a trace of surprise in his eyes. The demonic Tao geniuses outside didn't know that the demon sect gave them unlimited cultivation resources to raise them like pigs. The fattest pig that grew the fastest would be the first to be slaughtered. Similarly, the person who cultivated the fastest wouldn't be far from death. The ninth elder's warning was completely out of Li Mu's expectations. At this time, the ninth elder walked out of Li Mu's cultivation palace and saw a figure standing on the square with a jade slip in his hand. He immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, "Greetings, third forefather." Xianming looked back at him and said indifferently, "You've said too much. I'm guilty." The ninth elder knelt on one knee and said with a complicated expression, "But he has done too much for the sage sect. I can't bear to see him end up like that. Just this once." Xianming said lightly and flew to the tower. The ninth elder breathed a sigh of relief. When he came to his senses, he found that his back was wet with cold sweat. On the tower in the center of the ghost island, Xianming handed the jade slip to the third forefather. After a moment, the third forefather nodded and said, "Although most of them were comprehended by the predecessors, it also means that she didn't play any tricks. The heart of 7 orifices is hard to find in 10,000 years. Now there are 2. Is this a sign?" After a while, he shook his head and said, "It's a pity that I'm not Tianjizi. I can't see the future." Xianming said, "Wait until we get Xuanzong's heavenly book and let her interpret it. If Tianjizi doesn't die, Xuanzong can't move." The third forefather closed his eyes and said, "It's about time. I'm going to start avoiding the tribulation. I'll leave this to you." Just after noon, Li Mu stood in the courtyard and saw endless black fog gushing out of the tower in the center of the ghost island, completely enveloping the tower. Having finished reading that page of the heavenly book, Li Mu knew very well that cultivators who obtained lifespan extension through the great sky stealing array would face a heavenly tribulation every month. They had to conceal their aura and deceive everyone to survive the heavenly tribulation. This tower was used to conceal one's aura and hide from the heavenly secrets. Seeing this, Li Mu walked out of the palace. In the square, several geniuses of the demonic path saw him and couldn't help but mock him. Yo, you still have the face to come out. Why is such a person still alive? If I were you, I'd rather die. In the past month, they had seen Li Mu being tortured every day. At first, they sympathized with him, but later, they despised him. The existence of such a person was an insult to geniuses like them, and also an insult to men. In the face of everyone's mockery, the ninth elder's face darkened. He said, "Shut up, all of you." Before he could finish his sentence, a figure suddenly flew out from the Dao Palace at the very front. It was Princess Linglong. The long whip in her hand lashed out at the three people who had mocked her just now. She said coldly, "How dare you scold my people?" The three of them were at the 5th level of cultivation, similar to Princess Linglong. They easily dodged her whip. Princess Linglong looked at the ninth elder and frowned. "Let them stand there and don't move." The ninth elder hesitated. "This," Princess Linglong snorted. "I'll return the heavenly book to you. I won't read it." The Glory sect had spent a lot of effort, and Li Si had shed a lot of blood and suffered a lot to convince this lady. If she went back on her words, no one present would be able to escape punishment. The ninth elder's face changed. He pointed at the three people and said, "You guys come here and don't move." The ninth elder said. Although the three of them looked sullen, they still stood there obediently. Princess Linglong waved the whip in her hand for a while, and it did not take long for them to become as pitiful as Li Mu. Princess Linglong seemed to be tired. She put away her whip and pulled Li Mu's collar. "Come with me." Seeing Li Mu being dragged into the Holy Ji Palace, the ninth elder had a puzzled look on his face. He muttered, "Have they developed feelings for each other?" He just couldn't figure out what was going on with the youngsters no matter how hard he tried. He tossed 3 medicinal pills to the 3 people who had looks of grief and indignation on their faces and said indifferently, "Idiots, what do you mean by that expression? I'm saving you. If you anger her, the 3rd ancestor and 5th ancestor will blame you. None of you will be able to escape." The 3 people trembled. Chapter 609. Li Mu thought for a while and said to Princess Linglong, "It's better not to tell her about these things." It was nothing for a man to suffer a little outside. He was not afraid of the Empress being angry, but he did not want her to feel sorry for him. He looked at Princess Linglong again and asked, "Are you ready?" Princess Linglong nodded her head. Li Mu let go of her hand, and the sun-shooting bow appeared in his hand. At the same time, an illusory shadow appeared in the cave. This was a doppelganger that Li Mu had created in a month. This doppelganger contained his full power. The doppelganger walked into Li Mu's body, and Li Mu shot the bow into the sky. After a flash of light, the earth peak flashed, and a transparent shield collapsed. Li Mu held Princess Linglong's hand and immediately used shrinking distance. The two of them appeared 100 miles away from the demonic island. Almost at the same time, when the sun-shooting bow shattered the protective array, Xian Ming, who was cultivating in the tower in the middle of the island, suddenly raised her head. Her cold and emotionless face revealed a rare look of shock. She blurted out, "This is the aura of the sun-shooting bow." Then, her body moved out of the tower. At the same time, she felt a spatial fluctuation coming from one of the palaces on the earth peak. Xian Ming scanned with her spiritual will, but she did not find Princess Linglong. The aura of the pure young body had also completely disappeared. Li Mu. She immediately realized something, and a shocking roar reverberated throughout the demonic island. Spots of white light emitted from Xian Ming's body, and in the next moment, she disappeared into thin air, leaving only a name reverberating on the demonic island. What happened? It sounded like the voice of the 5th forefather. Who angered the 5th forefather? Li Mu. Did this person do something again? Only after Xian Ming left did the experts on the demonic island react. They all flew into the sky with a confused look, not knowing what had happened. At this moment, 100 miles away from the demonic island, two figures appeared from the void. Princess Linglong's pretty face was filled with astonishment. Just a moment ago, they were still in the lair of diabolism. In the next moment, they were above the sea, and they could no longer see the ghostly island. This kind of long-distance teleportation was something that even transcendence experts couldn't master. Before she could come back to her senses, a white line suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea in the distance, and it was approaching them at an extremely fast speed. Princess Linglong asked curiously, "What is that white line?" Li Mu was alarmed and immediately said, "Leave quickly." That was not a white line. It was steam rising from the boiling sea. Xianming had caught up. As expected of the 5 ancestors of the demonic Tao, an old monster from 10,000 years ago. Even though Li Mu had taken the initiative, she could still catch up so quickly. Li Mu held Princess Linglong's hand and disappeared again. After 3 breaths, Xianming appeared at their previous location. Her face was cold as she continued to chase to the west. She said coldly, "Let's see how many times you can move." After teleporting out of the void once again, Li Mu's magic power had already been depleted by a small half. Although the shrinking ground was extremely fast, it also consumed a lot of spiritual power. Usually, he would recover his spiritual power as he hurried along. In this situation, he obviously didn't have the time to recover his spiritual power. As soon as the 2 of them appeared, the white line appeared on the surface of the sea again. Li Mu continued to move. This time, he and Princess Linglong appeared on a small island. Floating above the island, Li Mu didn't run away again. Instead, he quietly waited for Xianming's arrival. After a few breaths, the white line on the surface of the sea swept over, and the figure of a woman in white walked out. She was about 100 feet away from Li Mu. However, she didn't attack Li Mu. Instead, she looked down at the sea below and said coldly, "Come out." A shadow flew out from the sea and turned into an old man. He cupped his hands at Xianming and said, "Greetings, Lord Xianming." Looking at the old man in front of her, Xianming's expression became dignified. She said coldly, "Ghost servant, you dare to stop me?" When she was at her peak, even the Ghost Lord was afraid of her. She didn't care about a mere ghost servant. However, in this life, she hadn't cultivated to the peak. The ghost servant in front of her had the strength to fight with her. The ghost servant just looked at her calmly and said, "I have to obey the master's order. Lord Xianming, please don't blame me. Then let's die together with them." Xianming's expression was cold. The sea below also froze instantly. Her cold voice seemed to come from the endless hell. As soon as Xianming's voice fell, Li Mu felt that the blood and primordial spirit in his body were about to break out. Princess Linglong's face was even paler. Her primordial spirit shadow appeared outside her body. Li Mu immediately sent her into the flask space. He also distanced himself from the battlefield. Both Xianming and the ghost servant had the strength of the peak of the transcendent realm. In the center of their battle, within a radius of 10 miles, huge waves rolled up. The sea water boiled into fog for a moment and then froze into ice for a moment. The sky also dimmed. The white clouds near the battlefield were scattered and disappeared. Li Mu was dozens of miles away. His hair and clothes fluttered because of the wind caused by the aftermath of the spell. The ghost servant's spiritual power was more profound, but Xianming's experience was obviously more abundant. The 2 of them couldn't determine the winner in a short time. However, if the battle dragged on for a long time, the experts of the demon sect from the Ghost Island would arrive. In Li Mu's hand, the sun-shooting bow appeared again. He quickly locked onto Xianming and shot an arrow. This arrow took away one of Xianming's arms. Li Mu's spiritual power was also depleted. He quickly used the incantation to recover his spiritual power and waited for the second arrow to be shot. There was no need to talk about martial ethics when dealing with the enemy. It would be best if he could kill her today. Even if he couldn't, he had to end the battle as soon as possible. After being hit by the sun-shooting bow, Xianming's strength was damaged. In the battle with the ghost servant, she immediately fell into a disadvantage. At this time, the ghost servant suddenly said, "Ghost Empress, Please lend me the sun-shooting bow." Li Mu didn't react at first. He was stunned for a moment before he realized what the Ghost Empress meant. At present, other than the Tao Te Ching that could injure the enemy 800 himself 1,000, the sun-shooting bow was his biggest trump card. Li Mu naturally couldn't give it to others easily. This bow couldn't recognize an owner. Whoever had it could use it. If it was given to an evil person, wouldn't there be endless troubles? Li Mu was still hesitating, but Xian Ming's expression had changed greatly. She no longer fought with the ghost servant. Her body turned into a white light and disappeared into the sky in a flash. The ghost servant slowly flew back. He cupped his hands at Li Mu and said, "Please forgive this old servant for being rash. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to intimidate her." Li Mu hadn't seen the other abilities of the 5 ancestors of the demonic way, but her ability to escape was top-notch. Both times, she was decisive and straightforward, without any hesitation. No wonder her memory could be safely passed down for 10,000 years without any mistakes. Li Mu didn't delay. He and the ghost servant flew to the coast of the South Sea. At this moment, the crisis had been resolved. However, 3 days later, when the 3rd ancestor woke up, they would have to bear the fury of an 8th realm expert. He had to make thorough arrangements early. When Li Mu brought Princess Linglong back to Yong, Xian Ming, who had lost an arm, also returned to Ghost Island. He and the 3rd ancestor didn't expect that Li Si was actually Li Mu. His purpose in coming to Ghost Island was to rescue Princess Linglong and steal the Heavenly Book. He actually succeeded. Although the Sage Sect had obtained a page of the Heavenly Book from Yong, 3 pages had been snatched away by Li Mu. It was a disastrous loss. What was even more infuriating was that everyone, including her and the 3rd ancestor, had been fooled by Li Mu. For 10,000 years, no one had ever done such a thing. The Sage Sect had never lost the Heavenly Book they had obtained. The commotion at the Earth Peak was too great. In addition, the 5th ancestor had returned with an arm missing. This matter quickly caused a huge uproar on Ghost Island. Li Si is a spy. He is that Li Mu from the Great Zhou. He snatched away Princess Linglong and the Heavenly Book. Countless demonic path powerhouses were shocked speechless by this news. No one doubted Li Si because he was brought back by their own people. It was even more impossible for them to think that he was Li Mu. Who was Li Mu? The future headmaster of the Fulu School, the official of the Empress of the Great Zhou, the only demon empress of the Queen of the 1,000 Demons, the man behind the Ghost Lord of the Ghost Realm. He single-handedly influenced the situation of the mainland and was the #1 enemy of the Sage Sect. He was the man with the most power and the most prominent status on the mainland. Who was Li Si? A good-for-nothing who was ravaged by women every day. Who would have thought that they were the same person? The 5th Elder is in trouble this time. He was the one who brought Li Mu back. He can't escape responsibility. There is no doubt about the 5th Elder's loyalty. I'm afraid that the 5th Elder had been tricked by Li Mu from the beginning. This person knows when to yield and when to stand tall. He is the most difficult enemy of the Sage Sect. If he escapes this time, there will be endless trouble in the future. In the midst of the crowd's discussion, the 5th Elder's face was ghastly pale, and he gradually collapsed to the ground. 9th Elder's face was lifeless as he clenched the medicinal pill he had concocted for Li Si. With a bang, he crushed the jade bottle. Chapter 610. Father, Mother. In the Yong Imperial Palace, Princess Linglong threw herself into the arms of a graceful and noble woman, tears streaming down her cheeks. After being abducted by the demon sect, she never thought that she would ever see her parents again. The woman's eyes were also brimming with tears. Holding her daughter's face, she asked with concern, "My poor daughter, you must have suffered a lot." Princess Linglong gazed at Li Mu. She hadn't suffered at all. The one who had truly endured humiliation and suffering was Li Mu. Wiping her tears, she looked at the woman and said, "Mother, don't worry. With Big Brotherly here, they didn't do anything to me." The young emperor and empress respectfully bowed to Li Mu, gratefully saying, "Many thanks, Lord Li." If it weren't for Lord Li, my daughter would likely have met with misfortune. Li Mu waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. This is what the great Zhou should do." The Yong Empire paid so much protection money to the great Zhou every year. This was the purpose of the protection money. Soon after, Li Mu said, "Although I've already brought Ling Long back, the danger from the demon sect has yet to be resolved. In 3 days, one of the demon sect's 3 patriarchs, an 8th-level expert, will awaken from his slumber. It's very likely that he will take revenge on the Yong Empire. We need to prepare early." When everyone heard this, their faces were filled with worry. The Yong Empire was already unable to resist the 7th-level demon sect's 5 patriarchs. If an 8th-level demon sect's 5 patriarchs came, the Yong Empire would be in danger of annihilation. Seeing their worry, Li Mu said, "Don't worry. I've already made arrangements. Even if the demon sect's 3 patriarchs really descend upon the Yong Empire, there is no need to fear them." Who was Li Mu? He was the continent's legend. He had pacified the great Zhou, allied with the Yao nation, and allied with the Ghost Realm. Everything he had done was worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. Not long ago, he had charged into the demon sect's lair alone and rescued Ling Long from the hands of the world's top experts. The people of the Yong Empire had long since regarded him as their backbone. The Yong Emperor solemnly said, "If Lord Li has any instructions, the Yong Empire will definitely do them." Li Mu nodded and said, "I need some high-grade spiritual jades and some top-grade materials for setting up arrays." The Yong Emperor immediately replied, "We will have someone make the arrangements." Li Mu had only felt the tip of the iceberg from Tianjizi. That mountain-like pressure was still fresh in his memory. There was an insurmountable gap between the 7th realm and the 8th realm. Even if several 7th realm cultivators joined forces, they were still no match for an 8th realm cultivator. However, if several of them were not enough, what about 10 of them? The state of Yong currently had 3 transcendents. The southern states had the 5 Taoist sects, the Ghost Realm, the Yao Nation, the 4 Buddhist sects, and the Great Zhou. Li Mu hadn't calculated in detail before, but after doing so, he realized that he could mobilize so many transcendents just by relying on his reputation and the subordinates he controlled. If he could integrate this force, even the 3 ancestors of the demon sect wouldn't be able to return alive. The only problem was that the 4 Taoist sects were still fine. They were originally in the south and could support the state of Yong in a short period of time. However, the Great Zhou, the Fulu School, the Yao Nation, and the Ghost Realm were too far away from the state of Yong and couldn't provide timely assistance, unless he could gather them together in an extremely short period of time. Coincidentally, the Heavenly Tomes of the Spirit Array sect recorded an ultra-long distance teleportation array. This kind of teleportation array could easily teleport people tens of thousands of li or even tens of thousands of li away in an instant. It could be said that it utilized the power of space to the limit. The only drawback was that it consumed too many resources. Every teleportation required a large amount of high-grade spiritual jades as the energy source. Once or twice was fine, but if used too many times, even a large sect like the Fulu School would use up all of its spiritual jades. If that weren't the case, Li Mu would have already constructed countless of these teleportation arrays. One was in the Divine Capital, one was in the Yao Nation, one was in the Ghost Realm, and one was in Mount Bayan. How much time could they save? As one of the wealthiest people on the continent, Li Mu still hadn't chosen to construct this kind of teleportation array. This was enough to show just how expensive it was. In the current situation, he had no choice but to do so. If the 3 ancestors of the demonic Tao personally descended, the state of Yong would undoubtedly be destroyed. It could be said that apart from Xuanzong, the demon sect could destroy any of the various powers on the continent. If he constructed long-distance teleportation arrays in every region, he would be able to provide reinforcements when one side was in trouble. The cost of teleportation arrays was too great, so he wouldn't normally use them. He would only activate them when the various powers were facing a great crisis. On the way back, Li Mu had already sent a message to the various powers, ordering them to immediately prepare the materials. In the following 3 days and 2 nights, he wouldn't be able to rest for even a moment. After personally helping the state of Yong construct the teleportation array and teaching them how to use it, Li Mu immediately headed for the spirit array sect. It would take too long for him to set up the teleportation array by himself. He needed to find some helpers from the spirit array sect. Meanwhile, in the state of Yong, Princess Linglong was telling the imperial family in detail about what had happened in the past few days. A month ago, everyone, including the Emperor of Yong, believed that the Great Zhou's promise to help them rescue Linglong and that they had to wait for news was just a temporary prevarication. Unexpectedly, a month later, Li Mu had brought Linglong back in one piece. After hearing the entire story from Linglong, everyone's hearts were in turmoil, unable to calm down for a long time. As a Realm 6 cultivator, how much courage did one need to venture deep into the demon nest alone, to put down one's noble status, and use the most humble attitude to accept inhumane torture and humiliation every day, all for the sake of waiting for an opportunity? How many people could do such a thing? More importantly, he had succeeded. He had successfully rescued Linglong from the hands of countless demonic Dao experts. It could be said to be a miracle. This should have been an impossible task, but he had done it. Not only had he rescued Linglong, but he had also snatched away the 3 pages of the heavenly tomes of the demonic Dao, creating a miracle among miracles. It was no wonder that even the Empress of the Great Zhou had pledged her heart to him. In Princess Linglong's mind, that tall and lofty figure had already become like a mountain. The Empress of Yong sighed softly and said, "We owe Lordly a huge favor. I don't know how we can repay him." The Emperor of Yong thought for a long time and said, "Why don't?" The husband and wife looked at each other, understanding each other's intentions. The Empress of Yong said, "That will depend on whether Linglong agrees or not." Princess Linglong nodded repeatedly. "I agree. I agree to anything." The Emperor of Yong said, "We are prepared to give the Emperor's qi to Lordly." Princess Linglong said disappointedly, "So father was talking about the Emperor's qi?" The Emperor of Yong looked at her and asked, "Then what did you think it was?" Princess Linglong sighed softly and said, "I thought it was something else. Like I said, how could there be such a good thing?" 2 days later. In these 2 days, Li Mu had traveled all over the Zhu continent, Shang continent, going back and forth to the Great Zhou, the Yao Nation, the Ghost Realm, and finally back to Yong. Although he was a little tired, he had at least finished setting up all the teleportation formations and no longer needed to be threatened by the demonic Dao's 3 ancestors. Although he had spent an immeasurable amount of resources, the effects were obvious. The ultra-long distance teleportation formations were the foundation of the various factions' mutual support. Henceforth, when the various factions encounter crisis, they would no longer have to fight alone. They would be able to gather their peak forces at the first moment. Similar incidents like the heavenly tomes of Yong being stolen would never happen again. In the evening, the Yong imperial family held a grand banquet in his honor. After the banquet, the Emperor of Yong cupped his hands and bowed to Li Mu, saying, "Lordly has worked hard." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "As long as all parties can work together to resist the demonic Dao in the future, a bit of hard work is nothing." The Emperor of Yong continued, "Lordly has done a great favor for Yong. We have discussed it with our fellow clansmen and wish to give Lordly a gift. Please accept it." Li Mu waved his hand again and said, "Yong has paid tribute to Great Zhou, and Great Zhou has protected you. This official does not need any gifts." The Emperor of Yong persisted. "If it weren't for Lordly, Yong would have faced destruction. As the Emperor, we ought to thank Lordly heavily. As her father, Lordly has saved my daughter. Please give me a chance to repay you." Since the Emperor of Yong was so insistent, Li Mu found it difficult to refuse. He said, "Since that is the case, I will accept deferentially." The Emperor of Yong revealed a smile and said, "We have discussed it with the madam and have decided to give Linglong." Li Mu's complexion changed greatly, and he hastily said, "You can't. You absolutely can't." One didn't necessarily need to repay a life-saving favor with one's body. Xiaobai was still lining up. So how could Ling Long have a turn? Moreover, her name wasn't in the Emperor's booklet. The Emperor of Yong simply didn't know that he was biting the hand that fed him. At this moment, the Emperor of Yong continued, I will give Ling Long's strand of imperial qi to Lord Li. Please accept it. Li Mu stared blankly for a moment before asking. So you were talking about imperial qi? The Emperor of Yong nodded and said, half a year ago, Yong's ancestral shrine condensed another strand of imperial qi. Originally, it was to wait for Ling Long to advance to the 6th level before allowing her to refine it. What did Lord Li think it was? Li Mu coughed softly, his complexion returning to normal. He changed the topic and said, No. This gift is too valuable. I cannot accept it. However, the young emperor persisted, we have provoked such a powerful enemy. Even if Yong had another 7th level expert, it would be useless. Ling Long has already agreed to this matter. Lord Li, please don't refuse. The Great Zhou hadn't condensed a single strand of imperial qi for 50 years. The two factions had argued for several years over who should possess the imperial qi. This gift could no longer be described as valuable. Li Mu continued to refuse. No, I truly cannot accept this gift. The young emperor thought for a moment before asking, Does Lord Li mean that you want us to betroth Ling Long to you? Li Mu flatly said, How is that possible? Am I that kind of person? Hearing this, the young emperor fell into deep thought. Li Mu thought for a moment. He had too many beauties by his side. In the eyes of those who didn't understand him, he really did seem like that kind of person. To prove that he really wasn't that kind of person, Li Mu could say, in that case, it would be impolite for this official to refuse that strand of imperial qi. Chapter 611. In a young ancestral shrine, a golden dragon made of telekinesis coiled around a huge stone pillar. Compared to the golden dragon that Li Mu saw in the Great Zhou ancestral shrine, this dragon was slightly larger, but not by much. It probably wouldn't be long before the Great Zhou's imperial aura matured. It had to be said that the young kingdom's ability to rule a country and win the hearts of the people was unique. Its territory was only a tenth of the Great Zhou's, and its population was far less than the Great Zhou's. However, the speed at which it condensed imperial aura far surpassed the Great Zhou's. Li Mu couldn't help but be curious about the strategy recorded in the young kingdom's heavenly tome. Unfortunately, the heavenly tome was still in the hands of the demon sect. Knowing that Ling Long had already comprehended the heavenly tome, Xianming didn't give it to her. Therefore, it was a 1-for-3 exchange. The demon sect had stolen 1 page of the heavenly tome from Yong, while Li Mu had stolen 3 pages from the demon sect. No matter how one looked at it, Li Mu didn't lose out. This time, the demon sect had been bullied by Li Mu. If they had 10 pages of the heavenly tome, they could only obtain 1 page every 1,000 years. Li Mu had wasted 3,000 years of effort in a single month. When the 3 ancestors woke up from their tribulations and learned of this news, who knew how they would feel? From today onwards, all the factions related to Li Mu were on high alert. As soon as the transmission formation lit up, they would teleport to Yong without hesitation. Li Mu waited in the palace that the Yong imperial clan had arranged for him. Princess Ling Long walked in from outside and said, Big brother Li, aren't you bored staying here? Why don't I take you to the palace? After all, this was his first time facing the might of an 8th realm expert. In order to wait for the arrival of the demon sect's 3 ancestors, Li Mu's nerves had been stretched taut. Hearing this, he didn't refuse and strolled around the Yong imperial palace with Princess Ling Long. The two strolled around the imperial gardens before arriving at the front hall of the imperial palace. Coincidentally, it was noon at the moment. The officials of the various yamen left the yamen and headed to the food and beverage department for lunch. When they saw the two of them, they all stopped in their tracks and bowed. Greetings, Princess Ling Long. Princess Ling Long smiled and said, Thank you all for your hard work. Please go and have your meal. The officials cupped their hands and took their leave. One of them walked a few steps and looked back at Li Mu. After a moment of confusion, he suddenly exclaimed, "Could this be Lord Li Mu?" As soon as he said this, all the officials turned their heads and immediately caused a commotion. "What? Lord Li? Where's Lord Li?" "I've heard that Lord Li rescued the princess from the demon sect and is currently in our Yong. Could this person be?" Facing the excited Yong officials, Li Mu cupped his fists and said, "Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you." As soon as Li Mu's voice fell, the atmosphere in the field immediately boiled. "I've long heard of Lord Li's great name. Today, I finally have the fortune to meet you. Lord Li, can you tell us in detail how you allied with the Demon Kingdom and the Ghost Realm? For thousands of years, only you have accomplished such a magnificent feat for the human race. I'm more interested in how Lord Li rescued Princess Linglong. This is like pulling a tooth from the tiger's mouth. It can be called a miracle." Li Mu was escorted to the food and beverage department by the enthusiastic Yong officials and had lunch with them. The imperial kitchen of Yong was not solely responsible for cooking for the imperial family. It was also responsible for the 3 meals a day for the officials. The Yong court had even established a food and beverage department for this purpose. The food and beverage department had famous chefs from all over the country who specialized in the local cuisines of each region. This allowed the officials, regardless of where they came from, to eat their own local cuisine in the palace. With regard to this point, Li Mu planned to imitate the Yong court when he returned. Only by treating the officials well could he increase their efficiency and enthusiasm in their work. Moreover, hiring a few chefs did not require a lot of investment, but it could bring unexpected benefits. "Lord Li, I've heard that the Empress of the Great Zhou, the Queen of the Myriad Demons, and the Ghost Lord of the Ghost Realm are all your lovers. Lord Li is truly worthy of being our role model. Whenever Lord Li plans to attack Xuanzong, we will support you in seeking justice. Lord Li, tell us, how did you escape from the clutches of so many demonic Dao experts?" Li Mu had never imagined that his largest fan club would be in the Yong court. Many officials in the Great Zhou feared him and avoided him like the plague. When the Yong court officials, especially the younger ones, saw him, they were like fans meeting their idol. Among them, Linglong was the head fan club. As a qualified fan club leader, Linglong took the initiative to lead Li Mu away from the imperial palace when she saw that he was unable to bear the harassment of the younger officials. Walking on the streets of the Yong court, Li Mu felt as if he was taking a stroll in the divine capital. The citizens of the Yong kingdom were full of vigor. Unlike the people Li Mu saw when he first came to Chengdu, most of them were lifeless, like walking corpses. The citizens of the Yong kingdom naturally had a lot of telekinesis. On the streets of the Yong court, children played with each other, cheerful laughter filling the air. As the elderly walked through the streets, people took the initiative to support them. Li Mu even saw nursing homes and orphanages. Linglong told him that the court would take care of the elderly and children who had lost their families. The money and resources needed to settle them would come from the national treasury. Coupled with donations from the outside world, there would not be a situation where the elderly and children were left without a home. In addition, the court would allocate funds every year for the impoverished commoners who found it difficult to continue living, providing them with the bare minimum of living expenses. In the Yong court, if the commoners fell ill, they would not have to spend too much. The court would cover the majority of their medical expenses. Li Mu's various experiences in the state of Yong made him realize that he and the Empress had done many important things over the years, but they had neglected these trivial matters. These were the matters closest to the lives of the common people, and were also the matters that the common people were most concerned about. It was no wonder that the people of the Yong court were so united. People did not only care about their relatives, but also their children. The elderly had their parents, the strong had their uses, and the young had their strengths. The poor, widowed, lonely, alone, disabled, and ill were all taken care of. While most of the countries on the continent were still in the feudal era, the Yong court was already moving towards a harmonious society. After thinking it over, Li Mu asked, Therefore, the trade between the Young Court and the Great Zhou Court is actually for the sake of the commoners. Is this the way of governing a country described in the Heavenly Book? Linglong nodded. 100 years ago, the old ancestor obtained a page of the Heavenly Book by chance and slowly comprehended these ways of governing a country. Only then did the Young Court its current state. A single page of the Heavenly Book was enough to pass down a top-notch sect. The Young Court had 3 transcendents and several Dongxian experts. In fact, they were not inferior to the Taoist sections. It was not an exaggeration to view them as a sect disguised as a government. If the news of the Heavenly Book had not been leaked, the Young Court would have relied on the willpower of tens of millions of citizens to grow into one of the top powers on the continent in a few decades or 100 years. After all, in terms of willpower, the Great Zhou could not compare to the Young Court. Accompanied by Linglong, Li Mu toured the Young Court for a day. Many insights emerged in his mind. Aside from the dark clouds of the demonic Tao that still shrouded the continent, the Great Zhou's internal and external troubles had basically been quelled. It was time to consider improving the welfare of the commoners and better gather the willpower of the people. The Great Zhou's commoners outnumber the Young Court by more than 10 times. If their average willpower was at the Young Court's level, wouldn't they be able to condense a strand of imperial aura every year? Of course, the difficulty of governing such a large country was incomparable to that of the Young Court. However, if some changes were made to the commoners, the speed at which imperial aura was condensed would increase several-fold. When night fell, Li Mu and Linglong returned to the imperial palace. The various regions of the Young Court were still peaceful. Li Mu was somewhat puzzled. The demonic Tao's 3 ancestors had already finished their tribulations. When they learned that the 3 pages of the Heavenly Book had been stolen, they would definitely be furious. However, regardless of whether it was the Young Court or the Great Zhou, there was no news of them. The demonic Tao had only accumulated a few pages of the Heavenly Book for several thousand years. Now that Li Mu had stolen 3 pages, it was unlikely that they would suffer such a loss. However, it was fine if he did not come. As long as the 3 ancestors did not take action, the world would be peaceful and stable. The pressure in Li Mu's heart was swept away. Deep into the night, the Young Court was quiet. At the same time, in the depths of the southern sea, endless roars could be heard from the towering waves. Divine Predictor, you have repeatedly obstructed me. One day, I will flatten your Xuanzong. Chapter 612. Li Mu originally thought that after the demon sect's 3 ancestors woke up, they would immediately take revenge on him and Yong and snatch back the heavenly tomes. Unexpectedly, he had stayed in the Yong kingdom for half a month without seeing any signs of activity. Neither the demon sect's 3 ancestors nor Xianming had any intention of snatching back the heavenly tomes. Li Mu's numerous long-distance teleportation formations seemed to have been built in vain. At this moment, Li Mu suddenly recalled that he had once said that the 3 ancestors could not easily set foot on the continent. Although Li Mu didn't know the reason behind this, since the Devil Sect didn't plan on attacking Yong, there was no need for Li Mu to remain here. The reason why he had stayed in Yong for so long was to learn how to govern Yong. The Great Zhou's internal problems had been resolved, and its external troubles had been quelled. What was needed now was peaceful development. In this aspect, he needed to learn from Yong. In the Yong Imperial Palace, Li Mu extended his hand to Linglong and said, "Let's go." This time, he wanted to bring Princess Linglong back to the divine capital. Firstly, her heart of 7 orifices was extremely attractive to the demonic Tao. If she remained in Yong, Yong would not be able to protect her. In addition, Linglong had taken the initiative to follow Li Mu to the divine capital. She felt deeply guilty for torturing Li Mu every day on the demonic island. Although it was an act, she had really done it. She had taken the initiative to follow Li Mu to atone for her sins. Li Mu had emphasized to her many times that it was only a temporary measure in times of danger. However, Princess Linglong seemed to have accepted this stubbornly. Since he was going to take her with him anyway, Li Mu let her be. Aside from protecting her, Li Mu actually had a small selfish motive. Although the heavenly tomes of Yong had been snatched away by the demonic Tao, Linglong was a walking heavenly tomes. If he brought her to the divine capital and had her help the great Zhou implement a series of reforms, wouldn't he and the Empress be liberated? As the group watched the two disappear, the young emperor suddenly realized something and muttered, "Oh no, we fell into a trap." Great Zhou, Shandu. According to past practice, whenever Lord Li Mu disappeared for a period of time, it meant that he was planning something big. The Great Zhou, the Yao Nation, and the Ghost Realm had formed an alliance during his absence. This time, news of Lord Li barging into the demon sect's lair alone and rescuing Princess Linglong from Yong under the noses of many demon sect experts spread from Yong to Shandu. Even if the people were already used to his actions, they still couldn't help but sigh in their hearts when they heard about this. Lord Li was forever a god. Seeing them together makes me happy. Mistame was puzzled and asked, "Your Majesty and Li Mu are together. What makes you happy?" Princess Linglong said, "I don't know. In any case, I'm just happy." Zhou Yi glanced at Linglong from the corner of her eyes and asked Li Mu, "What's there to be happy about?" Li Mu explained, "Your Majesty might not understand, but when she admires the two of us at the same time, she would very much want to see us together. Aren't the people of the divine capital like this? Your Majesty also knows the people's cries for us." Zhou Yi understood Li Mu's explanation. Countless people of the divine capital hoped that she would make Li Mu empress. She didn't expect that there would also be such a person in the distant Yong kingdom. At this moment, Zhou Qiong suddenly didn't care so much about the fact that Li Mu had brought back a beautiful woman. She glanced at Li Mu and said, "Follow me." Li Mu followed behind the empress and soon arrived in front of the ancestral shrine. The empress entered the ancestral shrine, and Li Mu followed her in. Inside the ancestral shrine, 36 cauldrons of psychokinesis shone with an abnormally resplendent golden light. The golden threads extending from each cauldron were at least twice as thick as the ones Li Mu had seen last time. Li Mu was astonished for a moment, but he soon understood. The Great Zhou of today was no longer the Great Zhou of the past. After Li Mu helped Su he unify the Ghost Realm and establish a peace treaty with the Great Zhou, the Zhou continent situation had completely changed. Apart from the demon sect, which the common people couldn't come into contact with, the Great Zhou's internal and external troubles had been resolved. The common people could completely relax and live in peace and contentment. This was the best time that the Zhou continent had experienced in the past several thousand years. And the Great Zhou was destined to be the dynasty that the common people trusted the most and recognized the most. When the common people trusted the country and were proud of the people of the country, the psychokinesis of the people would naturally reach a peak. Within the large cauldron in the center of the ancestral shrine, the psychokinesis dragon was napping. Its body was abnormally thick and solid, not inferior to the one given to him by the young emperor. This meant that the psychokinesis spirit within the ancestral shrine of the Great Zhou had matured. Li Mu recalled this matter and said to the empress, "There is one more thing that this subject forgot to tell your majesty." In order to thank this subject, the young emperor gave this subject a valuable gift. Zhou Yi looked at him and asked suspiciously, "He wants to marry his daughter to you?" Li Mu was speechless. "What is your majesty thinking?" He gave this subject a strand of emperor's qi. Li Mu extended his hand, and another golden dragon flew out from the cauldron. The moment this dragon appeared in the ancestral shrine, the enormous dragon within the cauldron opened its eyes. 2 rays of golden light flashed as it looked at Li Mu. To be exact, it was looking at the other golden dragon beside him. The golden dragon released by Li Mu paused for a moment before letting out a roar and flying towards the golden dragon in the cauldron. The 2 dragons instantly intertwined with each other, biting each other with their dragon heads. Chapter 613. Li Mu didn't expect that the two golden dragons would fight and devour each other as soon as they met. It was only then that he realized that the Emperor Qi was the spirit of telekinesis. They were formed from telekinesis. Whenever two spirits of Emperor Qi met, they would devour each other to strengthen themselves. This was an instinct of telekinesis spirits. Li Mu and the Empress wanted to stop them, but it was too late. The two bodies of Emperor Qi had already merged together, and there was no distinction between them. Only the heads were still biting and devouring each other. Later, they even plunged into the cauldron. The cauldron at the center of the ancestral temple shook violently. Soon, a deafening dragon roar came from within. A blinding golden light shot out from the cauldron. It passed through the roof of the ancestral temple and tried to escape into the depths of the clouds. The Empress reached out and clenched her hand. An invisible hand seemed to appear in the void and capture the golden light. In the next moment, the telekinesis spirit in the ancestral temple showed its original form again. The golden light on its body was even more dazzling. Its body was also thicker than before. However, only one of the original two golden dragons was left. It was obvious that one of them had been devoured by the other. Li Mu and the Empress had already discussed who the Emperor Qi belonged to. The Empress had already refined a strand of Emperor Qi, so a new one was useless to her. Li Mu had his own telekinesis cultivation, so he didn't need the Emperor Qi to break through to the next level. The first strand of Emperor Qi in the ancestral temple was originally prepared for Lu Hanyan. A few years later, the second strand of Emperor Qi was left for Li Qing. After Linglong's father gave Li Mu a strand of Emperor's Qi, there was no need for them to split it evenly. Now that one strand of Emperor's Qi had been devoured, there was only one left. Who should he give it to? Moreover, after the two strands of Emperor Qi merged, a new telekinesis spirit was born. It was twice as strong as before. With their current cultivation, they couldn't bear the impact of such a huge telekinesis. The Emperor saw this and said, "It seems that only you can refine this strand of Emperor Qi." Li Mu thought for a while and nodded. In the past, he did not consider refining it himself because he would reach the seventh realm sooner or later. He did not want to waste a strand of Emperor's Qi. The sooner the people around him reached the Transcendence realm, the sooner he could rest assured. However, his experiences during this period of time made Li Mu gradually realize that his cultivation was still not enough. Now that he was at the sixth realm, his previous enemies were no longer a threat to him. However, new enemies were constantly appearing. Not to mention the three ancestors of the demonic Dao and Tianjizi. Even a peak transcendent expert like Xianming could only run away if he saw them. He needed to at least reach the seventh level transcendent realm in order to have the confidence to stand on this continent. The time it would take to refine the Emperor Qi was uncertain. It could take months or years. This strand of Emperor Qi was far more powerful than ordinary mature Emperor Qi, so it could take even longer. Before he went into seclusion to refine the Emperor Qi, he had to arrange everything around him. Li Mu left the palace. When he returned home, the people of the divine capital were still discussing the dragon roar that came from the palace, as well as the golden light that shot into the sky. In a certain mansion of the Shao clan, several members of the Shao clan reluctantly looked away from the palace. King Ping's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "The Emperor Qi has formed." It had only been a few years since the last strand of Emperor Qi was formed. This was the fastest strand of Emperor Qi to form since the establishment of the Great Zhou. It should have been something to be happy about, but the Shao clan could not bring themselves to be happy. This was because the Emperor Qi in the Shao clan's ancestral temple no longer belonged to them. As they gradually moved away from the center of power in the Great Zhou, they had long lost their former glory. At the same time, a few sighs came from the Zhou mansion. 3 days later, at Mount Baiyan, in the ancestral court of Fu Lu School, Xianjizi looked at Li Mu with some doubt and asked, "Junior brother, what's the matter that requires you to invite all the Grand Supreme Elders of our 5 sects to the sect?" Li Mu was about to go into seclusion to refine the Emperor Qi. He did not know how long it would take for him to come out of seclusion. Before he went into seclusion, there was still an important matter to take care of. The two Grand Supreme Elders of Fu Lu School were nearing the end of their lifespans. The Grand Supreme Elders of the other four sects were not much better off than them. Before he went into seclusion, Li Mu planned to use the Great Sky Stealing Formation to extend their lifespans. Although they might not be able to reach the 8th level, as long as they were alive, there would be endless possibilities. Spirit Array Sect. The sect master of Spirit Array Sect had just received a voice transmission from Xianjizi. He asked, "What's the matter that requires the Grand Supreme Elders to go to Mount Baiyan? Can it be a few days later?" The Grand Supreme Elder just went into seclusion yesterday. In the voice transmission artifact, Xianjizi said faintly, "Junior brother Ling Jizi obtained a lifespan extension technique from the demonic Tao. It can extend the Grand Supreme Elder's lifespans by 60 years. Since Martial Uncle is in seclusion, let's do it next time." The sect master of Spirit Array Sect was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, "No need, no need. When will he go into seclusion again? I'll go call him now." A heavenly fate talisman that could extend the lifespan of a transcendent expert by 3 to 5 years was a priceless treasure. What was the concept of extending one's lifespan by one 60-year cycle? It wasn't extending one's lifespan, but rather an opportunity and a possibility. Even if the Prime Elder was in secluded meditation, the headmaster would still call him out. Not long after, 2 streams of light flew out of the ancestral court of Spirit Array Sect and headed north. The speed of the light was unbelievably fast. Some of the elders of Spirit Array Sect looked at the sky with shock in their eyes. They muttered, "This speed, the Grand Supreme Elder's cultivation has improved again." In a quarter of an hour, 2 streams of light each from Spirit Array Sect, Pill Cauldron Sect, and South Sect and North Sect flew towards Mount Baiyan at the maximum speed of the 7th realm. A day later, on the plaza of the main peak of Mount Baiyan, a huge formation had been set up. Apart from Xuanzong, 10 Grand Supreme Elders of the 6 Taoist sects sat cross-legged in the formation. Their eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. Each formation could extend the lifespan of 10 people at most, which was the number of Grand Supreme Elders of the 5 sects. Li Mu originally wanted his nominal master, Fu Daozi, to come along. However, he was in seclusion to comprehend the Fu Lu Great Tao. If he forcefully broke through, all his previous efforts would be wasted. If he did not come out before the end of his life, Li Mu would have no choice but to forcefully wake him up. Under everyone's gaze, Li Mu struck a spell into the formation. The entire formation flickered with white light. The spiritual energy of several mountains of supreme-grade spiritual jades that were set up at the key positions of the formation was instantly depleted and turned into dust. Li Mu's attention was completely focused on the formation. The supreme-grade spiritual jades required for this formation had almost emptied the 5 sects' assets. If it failed, they would not be able to set it up again in a short period of time. Fortunately, the next scene did not disappoint Li Mu. Above their heads, a dense whirlpool gradually appeared. Strands of unknown energy were attracted from the other side of the whirlpool and drilled into the bodies of the people in the formation. In the next moment, a magical scene appeared. The Grand Supreme Elder's white hair gradually turned black. The frowns on their faces lessened and the spots disappeared. The lethargy and death aura on their bodies also gradually disappeared. Outside the formation, everyone's breathing began to become heavy. Without a training ground, it would be very difficult to recruit new disciples, and the sect would not have fresh blood flowing in. A huge market had been built outside of Luoyang. Because of its unique geographical advantage and the unconditional support of various sects, almost 90% of Xuanzong's business was taken away. A month ago, Xuanzong's market had been closed. Not only that, But in such a short time, Xuanzong had gone from being the #1 sect of Taoism that everyone envied to being hated by humans and demons. Now, not only the Yao Kingdom, but even the Ghost Realm had forbidden Xuanzong disciples from entering. Before offending Li Mu, no one had thought that things would turn out this way. No one had thought that he could make the Empress of Great Zhou, the Queen of Demons, and the Master of the Ghost Realm stand against Xuanzong. What did he rely on? Now, the Grand Supreme Elders of the various sects were preaching at Fulu School. This was tantamount to directly admitting that Fulu School was the true leader of Taoism. For the disciples of Xuanzong, this was something that was difficult to accept. In the past few days, many different voices had appeared within Xuanzong. More and more people were dissatisfied with Grand Supreme Elder Dao Changzi's actions and demanded that Qing Chengzi be handed over to redeem Xuanzong's reputation. However, Grand Supreme Elder stubbornly insisted on having his own way. After severely punishing several elders who had opposed him, no one dared to bring up the matter again. On the surface, Mount Penglai appeared to be peaceful, but everyone knew that Xuanzong was no longer the Xuanzong of the past. In a Dao palace floating on the highest mountain peak, Dao Chengzi sat on the sect master's chair. Half of his hair was black and the other half was white. His entire person gave off an evil aura. The white-haired half of his face hesitated and said, "Let's hand over Qing Chengzi. This was our fault in the first place." The black-haired half of his face snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, "As long as Uncle Master is here, Xuanzong will still be the #1 sect in the world, even if the 5 sects join forces. When we step into the Dao integration stage, we will destroy the demon Dao and unite Taoism. That's not what I want." You never fight for what you want. Otherwise, the sect master's position would have been yours long ago. Listen to me from now on. Only I can lead Xuanzong to greatness again. In the main hall, the same voice alternated with different tones, making the atmosphere of the main hall particularly gloomy. On Baiyun Peak of Fulu School, Li Mu was enjoying his last moments of comfort before going into seclusion. He had already told Lu Hanyin and Li Qing that he was about to go into seclusion to refine the Emperor Qi. The 2 strands of Emperor Qi that he had prepared for them had swallowed each other and become one. When he looked at Shangguan Li, he was stunned and said in surprise, "Ali, why are you blushing too?" Chapter 615. Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Underground Palace. Li Mu sat cross-legged on the ground, watching the heavy stone door slowly close. The Empress, Ali, exquisite, and the others also disappeared through the door. Beside him was a mountain of spiritual jade. With a thought, Li Mu summoned the image of a golden dragon. As soon as the dragon appeared, it tried to escape, but the underground palace was sealed off by an array. It could only scurry around in this space before it was bounced back by the array on the wall. After a series of collisions, it roared and charged into Li Mu's body. As the telekinesis spirit entered his body, Li Mu's body radiated golden light, as dazzling as the sun. This energy was extremely violent, completely different from the gentle telekinesis he had absorbed in the past. Boundless telekinesis rampaged through his body, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Fortunately, Li Mu's body was comparable to that of the dragon race. After the baptism of the dragon marrow, this pain was nothing to him. Not long after, a golden cocoon formed on the outside of his body. The golden cocoon emitted a faint fluorescent light. The spiritual jade in the underground palace seemed to be attracted by something. The spiritual qi within slowly dissipated and was absorbed into the golden cocoon. The underground palace fell into a long silence. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In this half a year, the Zhou continent was peaceful. The people of the great Zhou lived in peace and contentment. In the ancestral temple of the imperial palace, the new imperial qi had already taken shape. In the past, the imperial court would have needed more than 10 years to condensed telekinesis. Now, it only took the imperial court half a year. In this half a year, the imperial court issued many policies. The imperial court opened medical centers in the various counties and counties, reducing the majority of the people's medical expenses. At the same time, welfare homes and shelters were established in the various counties to support the elderly and orphans abandoned by their parents. Some people who lived in poverty and found it difficult to survive were also helped by the imperial court. The introduction of a series of policies benefiting the people made them trust the imperial court more and more. The unity of the people's hearts reached a peak since the founding of the Great Zhou. When the empress had just ascended the throne, there was a saying among the people that if a woman became empress, yin and yang would be reversed, and heaven and earth would be in rebellion. Now, the common people could no longer hear such voices. The wise and mighty Her Majesty the Empress and official Li, who wholeheartedly served the people, were in perfect harmony. It was because of this that the people of the Great Zhou's 36 counties could live such good lives today. If anyone dared to criticize this, they would be drowned in the mouths of the people, even without the imperial court taking action. Great Zhou Shandu. The citizens of Shandu had not heard from Lord Li for half a year. After disappearing for half a year, the people did not forget about him. Everyone knew that they were living and working in peace now because there were countless people like Lord Li who were silently working for them in the dark. They did not know the names of these people, nor did they know their identities, but they definitely existed. They used their backbone to prop up the Great Zhou. On the streets of Fairy's capital, Wan Wan and Xiao Bai each held a stick of candied hawthorn as they followed behind Lu Hanyin and Li Qing. Wan Wan licked the icing on the surface and muttered, "Young master has been in seclusion for half a year. When will he come out?" Xiao Bai gently took a bite of the hawthorn and said, "Benefactor said that he will only come out in about a year." Wan Wan sighed and said, "Then Miss will have to think about him for another half a year." Lu Hanyin turned her head and glanced at her, saying, "I didn't. It was clearly you who was thinking about him." Wan Wan said, "Then who was the one who called out young master's name in her dream last night, and even touched and kissed me?" Lu Hanyin glanced at Li Qing beside her and blushed. She quickly covered Wan Wan's mouth and transmitted her voice. "That was your dream." Wan Wan's mouth was covered by Lu Hanyin. Xiao Bai hurriedly continued to eat her candied hawthorn. In her heart, she felt that it was nothing to dream about Benefactor. She also dreamed about Benefactor many times. Sometimes when she slept with Wan Wan, she would also think of Wan Wan as him. However, she would at most hug and not touch and kiss. Walking on the streets of Shandu, the girls suddenly lost the mood to shop and looked in the direction of the Imperial Palace at the same time. At this time, in Changle Palace, Zhongling was running around barefooted and playing with Chung Xian. Princess Linglong was sitting where Li Mu was originally sitting. She replaced the Empress and focused on reading the memorials. Zhou Yi leaned on the dragon throne, her eyes lost. No one knew what she was thinking. Shang Wanli stood behind her, her eyes also unfocused. Mr. Mei stood behind Zhou Yi on the other side. He was bored and mumbled, "It's been half a year. I wonder when Li Mu will come out of seclusion." Without Li Mu, the Imperial Palace was extremely quiet. In this half a year, the Empress and Ali's smiles had decreased. She also felt that everything was boring. The atmosphere in Changle Palace was quiet and cold, until a certain moment, a powerful aura suddenly appeared and rushed into the sky from underground. At this moment, Zhou Yi looked up. A long-lost smile finally appeared on her face. At the same time, all the people in Shandu felt their hearts suddenly palpitating. All the cultivators, no matter what they were doing, looked up immediately with shock. What a powerful aura! It seems like someone broke through. It's the aura of a breakthrough. Such a powerful aura. Is it a breakthrough to the 6th or 7th level? The aura coming from the Imperial Palace shook Shandu. The deans of the 4 academies also felt this aura immediately. For streaks of light flew into the sky and gathered together. An old man asked, "It's him." Another middle-aged man said, "It's him." a middle-aged scholar said. Other than him, who else could it be? The four of them were familiar with this aura. When the Empress refined the Emperor aura and broke through, they had already seen it once. The difference was that this aura was even stronger than the Empress back then. Although most people didn't know, it wasn't a secret to them that the Empress had given the mature Emperor aura in the ancestral temple to Li Mu. As the deans of the four academies, one of their responsibilities was to protect the Emperor aura from outsiders. Logically speaking, even if the Empress didn't return the Emperor aura to the Shao family, she should have passed it to the Great Zhou ancestral temple. However, when the Empress gave the Emperor aura to Li Mu, they didn't stop her. Firstly, the Great Zhou was where it was today because of the Empress and Li Mu. This Emperor aura was also nurtured and condensed by them. They had the right to decide what to do with it. Secondly, the Empress's strength had soared in the past 2 years. Even if the deans of the four academies worked together, they were still no match for her. Whether it was power or strength, she stood at the peak of the Great Zhou. Although Li Mu was a subject, he was only one title away from the Empress. It was indisputable that he had inherited the Emperor aura. The four of them looked at each other and flew to the imperial palace to congratulate her. The four deans were of noble status. They didn't need to announce their entry to the imperial palace. As soon as they entered Changle Palace, they saw two figures hugging each other tightly. In an instant, their expressions became awkward. Although there were some things that everyone was well aware of, it was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. When Zhou Qiong and Li Mu hugged each other, they were facing the door of the hall. Zhou Qiong raised her head and frowned. The four deans' hearts skipped a beat, and they immediately retreated. Not long after, the Empress's voice came from inside the palace. Come in. The four of them walked into Changle Palace again and saw the Empress sitting majestically on the dragon throne. A young figure stood in the palace. The four deans clasped their hands awkwardly and said, Congratulations, Lordly. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Chapter 6:16. In the past, the four academies could suppress the imperial power. Now, the four deans could only lower their heads before Li Mu and the Empress. The Emperor's cultivation had reached the peak of transcendence. If she really fought, she wouldn't be weaker than Xieming. One strand of Emperor Qi could make a fifth realm cultivator reach the seventh realm. Two strands of Emperor Qi not only allowed Li Mu to transcendence, but his spiritual power was also far stronger than normal seventh realm cultivators. Now, if he met Xieming again, Li Mu could fight her without the sun-shooting bow. The four deans were quickly sent away by the Empress. After not seeing each other for half a year, Zhou wanted to find a quiet place to spend some time with Li Mu. However, she also knew that Li Mu didn't belong to her alone. She pretended not to care and said, They should know that you're out. Go back first. Li Mu transmitted his voice. Then I'll come find you later. Zhou nodded and said, I'll wait for you here. The seventh realm's divine telekinesis was enormous. Li Mu's divine telekinesis scanned the area and found several familiar auras on the streets of the divine capital. He formed a seal with one hand and appeared on the streets of the divine capital with just a thought. Master, Savior. Wan and Xiao Bai saw the figure that they'd been dreaming of for a long time suddenly appear beside them. However, they seemed to remember something and stopped in the air. They stood beside Li Qing and Lu Hanyan. Li Mu stepped forward and hugged them. He said softly, Sorry for making you wait. A moment later, the family returned to the residence. Wan happily wanted to follow Li Mu into the inner courtyard, but Xiao Bai grabbed her wrist. Wan quickly realized something. She sat down at the stone table in the courtyard and rested her chin on her hands. She mumbled, Xiao Bai, when do you think Master will realize that we've grown up? Xiao Bai giggled and said, I'm not in a hurry. I'll be Savior's person sooner or later anyway. Wan rolled her eyes at him and said, It's because you're not in a hurry that the other fox got ahead of you. You're such a disgrace to the little fox. You should be more careful in the future. After the wedding, this was the first time Li Mu had been separated from them for so long. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. What happened next was naturally something that Wan and Xiao Bai had to avoid for the time being. Li Mu had obtained the dual cultivation technique from A.O. Qing and the Demonic Path's Heavenly Book. It came in handy this time. His cultivation had already surpassed Lu Hanyin and Li Qing by a lot. The process of dual cultivation did not improve Li Mu's cultivation much, but it was greatly beneficial to them. Dual cultivation was essentially a fusion of yin and yang. If one was stronger and the other was weaker, it would be beneficial to the weaker party. If their strength was similar, both parties would benefit greatly from it. When he and the Empress reached that stage, perhaps the opportunity for them to reach the 8th level would lie in dual cultivation. Although the 8th level was not the end of cultivation, it was far too difficult to reach the 8th level in today's world, where spirit qi was so scarce. The path of advancement through normal cultivation had almost been blocked, and there were no shortcuts like Emperor Qi to take. It could be considered the ceiling of all cultivators. Dual cultivation was different from the matter between men and women. They had to guide yin and yang qi to circulate in their bodies at all times, which was extremely taxing on their divine senses. In less than 4 hours, the two women's divine senses were exhausted and they fell into a deep sleep. Li Mu's divine sense was much stronger than theirs, so he did not feel much fatigue. No wonder A.O. Qing had been merciful all those years ago. He majored in dual cultivation. 2 companions could not satisfy him at all, nor could they support his cultivation. After covering them with blankets, Li Mu's figure appeared in Changle Palace not long after. Mr. Mei, Ah Li, Cheng Xian, Ling Long, and even Zhongling were not here. Only the Empress sat on the dragon throne, absent-mindedly reading a book. The moment Li Mu appeared in the palace, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Li Mu took a step and was already by her side. Holding her slender waist, he bent down and kissed her. This was his first forceful kiss to the Empress. Before Li Mu went into seclusion, other than the Empress taking the initiative to kiss him, Li Mu almost never had the chance to kiss her. The main reason was that she was too strong. Li Mu could be forcefully kissed, but it was impossible for him to forcefully kiss her. Now, Li Mu was finally at the same level as her. The situation of women being stronger than men was finally going to change. He had waited for this day for a long time. Zhou immediately understood Li Mu's thoughts. She reached out 2 fingers and pressed them against Li Mu's lips. Snorting, she said, "You think you can suppress me just because you're at the 7th level?" Having been seen through, Li Mu said guiltily, "I didn't mean that." Zhou stood up and said, "Good. I also want to know how much you've improved in the past 6 months." Li Mu rubbed his hands and said eagerly, "That's not good." The strength of the Empress had once caused him to dream that their identities had been reversed. If he could really defeat the Empress, the shameful history of him lying in the Empress's arms in his dreams would completely become a thing of the past. Not long after, in the 9 heavens squall above the divine capital, 2 indistinguishable figures were entangled in the 9 heaven squall. The light of spells blossomed into brilliant fireworks in the sky. Chapter 617. On the street corner of the divine capital, the slovenly Taoist priest stared at Li Mu as if he had seen a ghost. The first time he met Li Mu, he was just a mortal who had lost his 7 souls. At that time, he was already at the peak of the 6th realm and was seeking an opportunity to transcend. He kindly reminded him. The second time they met, Li Mu had already stepped onto the path of cultivation. After that, every time he met Li Mu, his cultivation would become stronger. Until this time, even he could not see through Li Mu's cultivation. There were generally 2 reasons for such a situation. First, Li Mu had a magic treasure that could hide his aura and cultivation. Second, Li Mu's cultivation had already surpassed his. He subconsciously thought that it was the former. However, the feeling that Li Mu gave him was not the former. At this moment, when he faced Li Mu, He even felt like he was facing the Empress of the Great Zhou. The slovenly Taoist priest stared at Li Mu and said in shock, You have already transcended. Li Mu did not know how to answer this question. The main reason was that reality was too cruel for the slovenly Taoist priest. If it was Li Mu, a mortal that he would not even look at a few years ago, had already surpassed him in cultivation, he would feel somewhat disappointed. Li Mu could say, It's just luck. So the person who broke through in the imperial palace was you. The slovenly Taoist priest had a complicated expression on his face. After a long silence, he slowly said, You don't need to comfort me. I have lived for more than 2 decades. I have lived enough. I can't wait to be free. Li Mu looked at him and gently shook his head. He said, I obtained a life-extending technique from the demon sect. It can extend a person's life for another 60 years. Before he could finish, the Taoist priest looked at him in shock and asked, There's such a heaven-defying Tao technique? Li Mu nodded and said, Since we are fated to meet again today, I originally wanted to repay Senior's kindness in the past, but I didn't expect that Senior had already seen through life and death and wanted to be free as soon as possible. Since that is the case, then forget it. The slovenly Taoist priest hurriedly stepped forward and said, Don't. I'm just saying. Who doesn't want to live a few more years? Don't forget, I saved your life. Li Mu did not forget about this, even though he had used a heavenly fortune talisman to settle the debt between them. The debt of saving his life was immeasurable. The grand elders of the various sects had already extended their lives once. Next up would be people like the slovenly Taoist priest, who were nearing the end of their lives but were still stuck at the peak of Dongxian, unable to reach the 7th realm. Compared to the grand elders of the 7th realm, the grand elders were only at the 6th realm, so they used less energy to open the formation. It didn't matter if the slovenly Taoist priest was there or not. Li Mu chuckled. He looked at the slovenly Taoist priest and said, Go to Mount Baiyun and wait for me there. Watching Li Mu leave, the slovenly Taoist priest stroked his snow-white beard. Several years ago, when he was comprehending the great Tao on the streets of Yangqiu County, he had never imagined that his impulsive reminder would be rewarded so richly today. In the past, he had helped Li Mu. Today, Li Mu had helped him. The cycle of karma was wondrous. Half a month later, Li Mu temporarily bid farewell to the Empress. He brought Lu Hanyin and Li Qing back to Mount Baiyun. At this time, the slovenly Taoist priest had already become a guest elder of the Fulu school. According to Xianjizi, he had asked for it. The slovenly Taoist priest's strength was only below the 7th realm of the sect. Xianjizi did not refuse such a person who was willing to join the Fulu school, and because of his relationship with Li Mu. Within the Talisman Puppet sect, Violet Cloud Peaks, Yuquanzi only had 10 years of lifespan left. Li Mu asked Xianjizi to inform the other 4 sects, asking them to choose 2 first seats with the shortest lifespan. Once again, they set up a grand formation to help them extend their lifespan by 60 years. In this way, the grand elders of the 5 Taoist sects would not be affected by their lifespans for the next few decades. On the main peak of Mount Baiyun, Xianjizi looked at Li Mu and stroked the short beard on his chin. He said, Since Junior Brother has successfully transcended, it is time for Senior Brother to give up the position of head teacher. Li Mu waved his hand and said, Senior Brother, you should sit on the position of head teacher for now. I'm used to being free and undisciplined. I am temporarily unable to bear the heavy responsibility of being head teacher. Although he shouldered the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the sect and had been in charge of all matters of the Fulu school, in reality, he was no different from the head teacher. However, on the surface, the Fulu school still needed Xianjizi to act as the face. After all, Xianjizi's image was that of an immortal Taoist senior. He was not like Li Mu, who had no other good points other than his good looks. Although Xianjizi was helpless, he did not raise any objections. On the surface, he was still the head teacher of the Fulu school, but in reality, Li Mu was the one in charge. As a disciple of the Fulu school, he could only obey Li Mu's arrangements. After arranging the matters of Mount Baiyun, Li Mu went to the Yao Nation. A month before he came out of seclusion, Phantom Princess had already come out. Now, she was a seven-tailed fox and was the true queen of the demons. The four great tribes of the Yao Nation had already completed the incorporation of the demon clans. Since the White Emperor, the Yao Nation, which had been in chaos for 3,000 years, was once again unified. For some reason, both Phantom Princess and the Empress wanted to conquer Li Mu in terms of strength. After half a year, this was the first time he met Phantom Princess. The two of them did not linger and reminisce about old times. Instead, they engaged in a battle under Phantom Princess's request. Although Li Mu was helpless, he could only agree. There was no doubt about the result. They both advanced to the 7th level. Phantom Princess only refined one spirit of telekinesis, while Li Mu refined two. The difference between her and Li Mu in terms of spiritual power was like the difference between Li Mu and the Empress. However, Li Mu's attitude towards Phantom Princess was different from the Empress. In terms of strength, Li Mu had never conquered the Empress. All along, he had been the one being conquered. Therefore, he was very eager to conquer the Empress once. Whether it was strength, intelligence, or other aspects, he had already conquered Phantom Princess countless times. He did not have any desire to win against her. In order to take care of her emotions, Li Mu tied with her. Phantom Princess said with some dissatisfaction, "I thought I could finally win against you this time. Why did you advance so quickly?" Li Mu held her hand and asked, "If I don't increase my cultivation, how can I protect you in the future?" Phantom Princess only acted coquettishly in front of Li Mu. Then, she asked expectantly, "Tell me, between me and Zhou Yi, who is stronger?" She did not have a clear understanding of how strong the Empress was. That was why she asked such a question. Li Mu revealed an awkward but polite smile and said, "She is she. You are you. You both have your strengths. Don't compare everything." Chapter 618. Li Mu had only stayed in the Yao Nation for 3 days. Although the Queen of Demons was fragrant, the Master of the Ghost Realm was not to be trifled with. If Sui knew that Li Mu had come out of seclusion but had not gone to find her, and was instead fooling around with Phantom Princess in the Yao Nation, things would get serious. The more beauties around him, the more Li Mu wanted to be impartial. He could not let anyone feel that he was neglected. The Ghost Realm was shrouded in that strange fog and could not send messages directly. Unlike Phantom Princess and the Empress, who could contact Li Mu at any time, she still did not know that Li Mu had come out of seclusion. After leaving the Yao Nation, Li Mu headed southwest. Fengdu City, which originally belonged to the Rakshasa King, was now the ghost capital of the Ghost Realm. It was the closest to the Great Zhou and the space that was the most stable. The teleportation formation of the Ghost Realm was built 200 miles outside of Fengdu City. Li Mu had wanted to build it directly in Fengdu City, but the space of the Ghost Realm had been shattered after the Ancient War. It could not withstand the power of space. Once the teleportation was activated, it would be swept into the space-time turbulence due to the collapse of space. Considering this reason, Li Mu built the teleportation formation at the edge of the Ghost Realm. 200 miles was not a long distance for the 7th Realm Rakshasa King, King Yanluo, and the others. If one of them was in trouble, the Ghost Realm would only be delayed in providing support. Li Mu's current speed could not be compared to half a year ago. Soon, the fog-shrouded Ghost Realm appeared in front of him. He stopped shrinking Earth into an inch and turned into a stream of light, flying into the fog. At this time, the fog outside Fengdu City was abnormally tumbling. Ming Yi, Ming Er, and Ming San faced each other from a distance. Ming San looked at him and said in a low voice, "We know that you were forced. This time, the 5th ancestor came to save you. Get out of the way." Ming Yi's expression was complicated. If the 5th ancestor came to the Ghost Realm to save him, she would not have abandoned them when she was threatened by Li Mu's bow. Him coming here was nothing more than taking advantage of Li Mu's close seclusion to obtain the Ghost Domain Heavenly Book. The past half a year in Ghost Realm was completely different from when he was on Ghost Island. When working under the third and fifth patriarchs, he had to be respectful at all times and carry out all kinds of dangerous missions. But here, the Ghost Lord and Li Mu did not order him around. Although he did not get along well with the Rakshasa King and the other ghosts at first, they became friends as they interacted more often. Every few days, they would get together for a drink. He had never had such a leisurely and comfortable experience before. The wave of heat swept over, and the rain that fell on her evaporated instantly. The dark clouds above were also affected and dispersed. The wind that blew on her body could only make her hair flutter wherever the wave of heat passed. The wandering souls in the surroundings also disappeared instantly. The Azura King and the others who were watching the battle from afar were forced back into Fengdu City. White light flashed outside Li Mu's body. It formed a spherical shield that protected his body. Although this wave of heat could not hurt his body, Li Mu's clothes could not withstand it. If he was not careful, he would be naked with everyone present. In the two short exchanges, neither Li Mu nor Xianming had the upper hand. In a fight between cultivators of the same level, especially those at the peak of their cultivation, it was hard to determine the winner in a short time. There was almost no magic power that could be executed by a level 7 cultivator that could end a cultivator of the same level in an instant. The terrifying thing about the sun-shooting bow was its instantaneous, explosive damage. No magic or Dao technique could achieve that. Li Mu and Xianming were hundreds of feet away from each other. They did not attack again. Both of them knew very well that under normal circumstances, neither of them could do anything to the other. They could only keep exhausting each other and gamble on who would be the first to die. Of course, this was only under normal circumstances. When Li Mu extended his hand and retrieved the sky-piercing spear, Xuanming's expression changed drastically. He waved his sleeves and swept up the few demon Dao cultivators beside him. His figure gradually faded. "Freeze!" At this moment, Li Mu said softly. His fading figure paused for a moment and then disappeared. But beside him, there were two figures who were left behind. Ming Er and Ming Sin stood in place, stunned. The Azura King, Yinluo King, Rakshasa King, Yiksha King, Gu Yi, and the ghost servant slowly looked at them. Chapter 619. I'll leave these two to you. Senior Ghost Servant, follow me. After handing Nightmare 2 and Nightmare 3 to Luosha King and the rest, Li Mu waved his sleeves. His and the ghost servant's figures gradually faded and disappeared. Above the West Sea, a white line rapidly headed south. Along the way, the seawater evaporated and countless fishes and prawns died. When the aquatic demons felt those powerful auras, they were so frightened that they fled into the deep sea, not daring to show their faces. Wherever the white line passed, a 6th-level flood dragon lay on the bottom of the sea, trembling. After cultivating for close to 100 years, he had never seen such a huge formation. The 5 auras that passed by just now gave him a strong sense of oppression. They were undoubtedly 7th-level powerhouses. Those powerhouses left quickly. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, another 2 powerful auras swept over from behind. This flood dragon did not dare to reveal any of its aura. It waited until the surface of the sea calmed down before it dared to show its head. Looking in the direction where those powerhouses disappeared, its eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, it finally realized that the 2 people who came later seemed to be chasing after the 5 people. 2 7th-level powerhouses chasing after 5 7th-level powerhouses. What was going on? Although he was very curious, he was still afraid of those powerhouses' auras. He did not dare to go closer to watch. Swinging his tail, he swam towards the deep sea. Xianming brought a few subordinates and escaped from the ghost realm of the Shang continent to the West Sea. From the West Sea to Yinzhou, she flew all the way to the South Sea. In her 10,000 years of cultivation, she had rarely been in such a sorry state. When Limu was at 6th level, he could already hurt her with the sun-shooting bow. Now that he was at 7th level, his dermic powers were 10 times stronger than before. He only needed to shoot an arrow with all his strength to kill her on the spot. 10,000 years of inheritance will be destroyed by one arrow. With the sun-shooting bow in hand, the only one in Sage Sect who could kill Limu was the third elder. But the moment the third elder stepped out of Ghost Island, he would be stopped by Tianjizi. This was why Limu could do whatever he wanted on the mainland. In Yinzhou, on an endless grassland, wherever Xianming passed, the vegetation would wither and turn to dust. Her speed was extremely fast, but in the path she had to pass, there was a ripple in the void and two figures appeared. Limu's shrinking technique allowed him to cross hundreds of miles easily. In the past, he had been unable to escape the pursuit of the mysterious underworld being. However, the situation was reversed now. The 5 demonic Tao ancestors would not be able to escape his grasp. Limu gave the sky-breaking spear to the ghost servant for the time being. He held the sun-shooting bow in his hand. Before he could draw the bow, Xianming said in a cold voice, "After shooting the arrow, do you still have the power to resist?" She wasn't exaggerating. Limu was sure that if he shot an arrow with all his strength, even if Xianming didn't die, he would be like Blood River and lose all his fighting power. However, at that time, Limu would not have a single drop of magic power left. The ghost servant would be besieged by the others, especially with the black-robed man around. It would be difficult for him to win. At that time, Limu's magic power would not have recovered, and he would be in a dangerous situation. Exchanging one with Xianming was obviously not a smart decision. He thought for a moment and suddenly shot the bow at the black-robed man. He only used 10% of his magic power for this arrow. It was enough to kill an initial transcendent realm expert. The black-robed man's expression changed when he was targeted by the sun-shooting bow. However, he couldn't dodge. A black light flickered on his body. Suddenly, a scale flew out from his chest and met the arrow. Boom! The golden arrow and the black scale collided and exploded. A spatial crack swept out. Xianming quickly retreated with the others. The black-robed man only spat out a mouthful of blood. He actually blocked the sun-shooting bow's arrow. Dragon race. Limu recognized the black-robed man from the scale. He was actually a 7th realm black dragon. The dragon race's strength was already higher than those of the same realm. In addition, they had strong bodies and powerful supernatural powers. Human and Yao cultivators of the same realm couldn't do anything to them. The scale that flew out from his body was one of the dragon race's life-saving supernatural powers. The only reverse scale on their body was refined into a magic treasure. It would fly out at a critical moment to protect their body. It could block a fatal blow for them. The arrogant dragon race was actually willing to be a subordinate of the demonic path. Limu didn't hesitate and drew the bow again. At this moment, Xianming suddenly grabbed the air and grabbed a figure from the flask heaven space. The figure blocked in front of her. She coldly looked at Limu and said, "Try shooting another arrow." Seeing Xianming grabbing the shoulder of the white-robed female corpse in front of him, Limu's face darkened. He raised the sun-shooting bow and aimed at the sky. An arrow light whizzed by and disappeared in the sky. The female corpse that Xianming used as a threat had the same face as Suhi. It was Suhi's body under the altar in the Bay of Clearwater. After she risked her life to save Suhi, she disappeared alone. Limu and Suhi never saw her again. Although she was an independent body, she still had an inseparable relationship with Suhi.